taken so much time. Okay, I'm seeing this now. What's this? And can you move around? Or you have to hack here.
No, I can move around.
Okay. Yeah, so then you can pan around and see that.
Just a quick announcement that we are now live on YouTube. So the link has been shared and feel free to share it whenever.
check.
have your attention as you will have your meal. We propose to proceed in the next part of the program, which is possible as eating and distributed eating. And that's with the class members, Max. Start table, just seek for minutes, whatever us, and then you go around as we continue having. So start table, perhaps Anyasi.
Good afternoon. I hope the days are in the dance program here. So, from the introductions, I'm Joshua, as Anyasi, proud member of this class. Class that has been part of my growth. As our teacher says that I have not finished growing. I've continued to grow. I think I've had quite transformation because sometimes when people need something to get me. But that's okay. It's part of life, part of growth. It's a pleasure to stand here, see you guys once more. Probably 3 quarters of team we've never met. Our teacher, we've never met after we left. The people who have met Jeff, also interacted with various places. What the start came Bush as a young boy from Uganda, shared to the boss also. Got polished up a bit, we had some mountains on the way. Some of my memorable things, I think in maths was a problem for me. From 1, from 2, from 3, I think the name used to sound down from what right? But something happened when the one came as the chapter was, and there was a transformation. I used to think the way the maths was very. So, with that persistence, with the help of the team, I think we pushed forward, we met for our success. After high school, I think I joined university locally. I was at university, studied medicine. Later getting to graduation because of keyboards there, I think some people saw me on TV, about what I kept as well. Yeah, finally we got out. I applied as a doctor. Having years role in master's program, second year, we did it in plastic surgery, and then for 5 years. It's a pleasure to see my classmates here. It's always good to form this network for one more. It's always a pleasure to form this network once more. You never know where they will take us. From this meeting, probably you will get a new deal, you get some work with somebody else, you want someone to live with, and you get that connection. But the most memorable moment for me, I think that is what shaped my life to this point. Without that opportunity, you don't know how to turn down. So I'm forever grateful. Forever grateful to our teachers, especially our teacher who taught us, encouraging us to work harder, and pushing us to do something extra. And I think that has blessed us very much. So thank you for coming, and thank you for the organizing team we probably should have a meet at another later time. Thank you.
Thank you, and before you start, my Jeff, first question for you. When you're in Form 1, multiple readers and class, the one who was most must. What was the title of that class?
A book?
Yes. You can't tell us my Jeff.
The office can go job as fast because it was very heavy. But I'm very grateful to be here to connect with you guys. In so many years, physically, because I try to enjoy, but over the years, it's nice. So my journey, I came in very tight, of course, very unpolished from my village in Kenya. But over the years, the many efforts that are put by different people, especially teachers. I used to appreciate them many times in the second class. Not really to teach English, but to give us time to understand ourselves and didn't know what the world was about. That's why I think I had to do my magic currently, I went to my university. I was outlinking there. I pursued technology. 4 years, you should have done more, but the good thing is that the course was collapsed. And I went to work with skills mission, and I also switched from banks, serving around 30,000. And I now work with PO group, a subsidiary of International. So my day-to-day job is just to keep pace. I left doing data it was went into product management. So I do manage system, understand what business is all about, transform something that's the while. So thank you guys for coming. Normally, I wish the rest will also do the same. Can give you the question.
High school, and I got a culture shock. Of course, I was not used to Nairobi. I was not used to people from different places, but I had to also place myself, getting to the school choir, going out there, and also meeting other people of like mind. Also, when I got out of Ahs High School, I joined Egerton University, where I did agribusiness management. I know I might be the only one who went into the agriculture sector of this class. And I'm proud of that because once I graduated from University, I got into an youth called Life Africa, and was given the role of supporting livelihood so that is where I become grown to become the project manager of the project, and currently we are working together with teams. Also studying doing strategic management as a second degree, and I hope that will steer me to other places. So I'm here. I travel all the way from Kinki to make sure that this was people that we spent 4 years with, and also see class structure who we dearly valued, who could tell us to write lines. I think that is the tagline that we have in this meeting, and I'm proud of that because it made us who we are, and out there we are strong to serve, and we'll continue being strong. Thank you so much for assisting each other when we can. Thank you, and back to you.
So before you sit down on Sarigo, just a quick question for you.
Yes.
That book, Lear, who was the author? The book by King Lear. You remember?
Should it be Shakespeare?
Thank you, Shakespeare.
Thank you.
Even the different that I came across. So after leaving AHS, I had quite a bit of a tumble in my studies. So initially I studied actuarial science. I got bored, studied real estate, got bored, went to actuarial science. Then after that I decided to do the military. That was in 2013. I now work at the Air Force. I'm a pilot and also an athlete. And an injury, a rugby injury. So I wasn't able to run like the rest. So I was becoming a Bronco. And that was, I got to the last get late, but so I met with a few. A chance encounter with Douglas, Jennifer, and I hope going forward we get more opportunities to link up and interact. Thank you.
Mwalimu Mrs. Marete had the class read yet another classic. What is the title of the book?
So, the river and the source. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on. So, the only person who in this class stood before the Supreme Court and gave a very rousing argument, live on television, the Deputy School Captain 209, Eboso. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once more. My name is Clarence Eboso. I happen to be the class monitor in Form 1. Before the election results were anyway, I'm very happy to be here today. It's something that we've been planning for a while. What Gaddafi may not tell you is that for the last 10 years, some 4 of us, Gaddafi, Douglas, and Joshua, and myself, have actually been meeting every 4 to 6 months. When the 10-year, when we've done 10 years, we met and we were like, we need to meet in January this year again. That's when we say that no, that it's way past. A number of us, I think I've met a number of us during the period, and it's always great to catch up. I'm a medical doctor now. I joined the University of Nairobi immediately we finished, and graduated in 2016. I initially opted to not get employed by government because there was a lot of acrimony among, particularly after the revolution. So I opted to start a hospital and to start and run a hospital.
For the purposes of my speech, I'll just do it in English, not Arabic. Just a reminder, my name is Kase Mbao. I was a classmate, class list number 5, class of 2009 4C. I remember the first coincidence which I had was class list number 5 was me, my birthday on 8th April. Number 6 was Mbada, and his birthday was just one day after mine. So it happened, he was like, no, do we need to rub? I was like, no, we're just one day apart. And then, weirdly enough, met Joshua there. Turns out that during visiting day, my dad actually came and said he knows Joshua. Turns out I'm his uncle. That was instituted. I think for the first day, I was the only person who didn't show up. I think I had woken up, but then since the music center was just behind our dorm, I decided to go read at the music center. So, but then the class prefect at the time, yeah, and I think we had a very heated discussion on whether or not we should be waking up at 4:45 a.m. For class. I remember Joshua, till it was overruled. And we are thankful that we did not have an option. Yeah, it was in our best interest. After Alliance, he decided to pursue financial engineering. It is just basically mathematics. And then went to Diana Investment Bank. After that, moved a couple of times, and then I was called to go to Doha. Currently work as a corporate finance analyst for Qatar Navigation, which is basically the arm of the Qatar government that does anything on the ground. And it's nice. I think the one thing I would say is the part of the school prayer that says, however, the case was settled and someone else was appointed.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Mungai Gashango, admission number 8818. It's a pleasure as well as an honor to be amongst friends, and among we last a lifetime. And I think the same goes for all of us. I've heard people talking about culture shock from where they came from. Mine come to Alliance 4C, even afraid to go home. Like, I got some of the lines, but after about 4 years, I could remember some lines. And thank God for the internet and Google when I just passed. Texas, our character will always be there to sustain us. I'd like to say thank you to the organizers of this session for giving all of us a chance to be here, even those who are not able to be with us physically. But you've really done a great job to enable us all to attend this session. Currently, I'm working as a product manager at a company called LCT Africa. That's my part-time job. My full-time job is I'm a father to 2 girls, and I thank God for that. I've had the pleasure of interacting with some of us, Constantine especially. We left Alliance, and then we joined the same campus, in the same class, we're in the same dorm room, and then we worked in 2 organizations together, and the likes of Jephthah and Reverend Kome. I thank God that they've been able to form a great friendship with my twin brother. So my twin brother brought me back to them so that we never lost touch. But this is truly amazing to see each and every one of us. And those who are not here, I'm praying God that within the next session or even before the next meeting, we'll be able to reach out to them and make sure that they are doing fine and that their lives are amazing as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gashango. Just before you sit, I almost thought you were going to tell us, given your continued journey together in the Guma, that you're almost married from the same family. But anyway, so you've said the word fishing. You've used the word fishing. It is understood by some people here and not others. Perhaps you can explain it to this table before we give you your question. Fishing, what do you mean? You've used the word fishing.
So fishing is the event in which when the results are out and you see that Gashango has 90% in math and he's position 5 overall and you have 88, you take your paper, you scrutinize the errors which the teacher indeed made. Because at that point you're convinced there has to be an error in which will earn you just, even if it's just 3 more marks, so that now from 90 you get 91 and then you make sure that you're ahead of that person who is ahead of you.
In 2009, which is when we were in Form 4, Alliance High School had 6 school prefects. How many from the 4C class of 2009? Give us any figure. A boss will stop giving people the answer.
Can I decline to answer that question? Just because I was not one of the prefects.
My father and told him I can't make it here. And I remember it was the first Saturday. We normally start Alliance. Was it Monday or Thursday? Then on a Saturday he visited me and told me that he didn't know that Alliance was such a big thing because he was bragging to his friends that my child made it to Alliance. And then everybody said, "Oh, really?" They were amazed. So he said, "Because of that, I will not take you out." He said, "You just have to be patient, and the cold will we will get used to it." So that is one of the shocks that I had in terms of weather. You know, Garissa is warm. It's very warm and hot compared to Kikuyu. So it was a pleasure for me to interact with such minds whereby the face of Kenya is represented in Alliance. So you find there is someone from all over the country. It's like the Parliament of Kenya, whereby every constituency or every district was represented. So that way, it gave me perception about Kenya, and it made me who I am today. It makes you more tolerable to many cultures, many religions, many sects. So I'm very happy and to interacted with all of you. You made me who I am today. So I am also very thankful to our class teacher. She really took her time and her dedication. She dedicated her life, you can say the whole 4 years, to us. She took us as her children. We were not her students, we were her children during those 4 years. Thank you very much, Ms. Marete. And we felt that we had our mother figure in, when for the first time you leave your home and come to, so we thank you very much. So after high school, I went to JKUAT and studied pharmacy, and
the encouragement sessions that we had members of the bar as well as the judges who were invited to speak to us. I recall telling one of my friends, when will this career team invite those members from the engineering departments? Because I felt like we were being left out. We had Mr. Justice Kimaru at one point and Justice Lenawal. But today, see who is speaking as an advocate. Not to mention that the Alliance High School and more so the 4C group gave us an opportunity to bond, gave us an opportunity to build ties that will, I know, will last beyond a lifetime. One thing that I'll remember, and as I saw Mr. Eboso picking it up, Mwalimu, there is a poem you read to us along the line, and it went by the title Desiderata. Whenever you feel like you are, you feel there is something that is troubling you, remember the words of Desiderata. It begins with go placidly amid the noise and so on and so forth. But there are some fantastic paragraphs, I call them. They are stanzas. Mwalimu will be, if I call them paragraphs, they were stanzas. There were several stanzas. You can actually Google that Desiderata. It will guide you. It actually mentions that in life there will be those people who will be greater and there are others who will be lesser. So if we acknowledge those differences, we will not find ourselves, trying to compete and see what the noisy guys will have to present to you on media. But always remember that even the roses in their splendor have thorns. Don't focus on the thorns, focus on the rose. I thank you all for coming today, and I hope we'll have other many occasions to share and meet up. Thank you, Kwame, and the rest who joined us online. We have fond memories with Kwame. We'll share in another forum. Asante.
Maybe you can share one, or Kwame has something to say.
The school captain. We also had Brian Dirangu, the school captain. We also had the senior library prefect, Joseph Juma.
Okay. I think Patroba is helping you there. Patroba, let's welcome Patroba. He was not there in the beginning. Welcome, Patroba. Yeah. You had a few more? IT links. Yeah, so definitely not 4. A closer guess, let's hear from Oga. I guess. So there were actually 10 out of 18. All right, welcome and meet your hearts. And just before that, to the family and madam, I know you wanted to present something, or you have prepared something for us. After we finish the table, we will give you the floor. Yeah. And also for those who want to order some more drinks, it could be water or juice, you can do so now, but it's at your cost. Yeah. All right. Ogao?
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Ogao. I had a culture shock coming from Kisii. I think it was my first time I came to Nairobi. Is it working?
It should be. Bring it closer. Yeah, please bring it closer to me.
I think it was the first time I come to Nairobi, and everything was a confusion. The first exam, I did better than Gashango. I didn't know I done better than Gashango because I done so poorly. Came to Madam Miss Marete. She was a mother. She really took good care of us. She was always there in the mornings, and even the preps we used to come to class. She was always there. I remember the other students used to laugh at us, saying at you, when are you guys, you are in Form 2 and we are even doing more than Form 4s. Yeah, but I think it's a good spirit because it has taken us this far. Even the results when we were out, I think our class did tremendously well. And out here, we carry that spirit. Yeah, I think we have done well. So after Alliance, I think the way we performed, we had challenges choosing which careers. Like me, I had a confusion because everybody was telling me, go do medicine. But I didn't want to be, I don't like blood. When I say, someone like, does he know what he has? So I think in that process of confusion, I found myself in Lower Kabete doing BComs. But all along, since class 6, I always wanted to come to Class. I knew what I wanted, and I wanted to do electrical engineering. That was always my dream. The results were out, and apparently I was qualified. So when I went to BComs, I didn't like attending the classes, so I transferred to civil engineering. Civil engineering was something I never thought. I think I came to know of civil engineering when I was doing the transfers, so I was not very much excited about it. But after 5 years, the practice, I think I'm enjoying the practice, even the environment. I think it was a blessing in disguise going to civil, because the designs and everything, it's something now I'm appreciating so much. So I want to say thank you. I haven't met most, I think we have not interacted with many people because my area of work is out of Nairobi. I have not been posted in Nairobi. My first posting was in Mombasa. And then now I'm in Migori. So maybe I think after this, we'll interact more. So I'm grateful for this class. This is special. I know the trends of I went to Alliance is something, but I think we should start going for C. For C is another thing. Because I know the other class, the other streams are very envious. They always say, I don't know what you guys, Miss Marete, did for you, but whatever you had, we have kept it this far. And we are grateful for that, madam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ogao, for those words. And it's as you have seen on the Alliance High School class of 09 WhatsApp group, everyone wanted to be here. In fact, there were other members of other streams who were willing to pay to actually be here. So let's just say this was for us, and it's something that we had promised each other, so we needed to keep it that way. Ogao, there's a question for you. In your opinion, who wrote the most lines?
I think
Idris, I'm hearing shouts of Mburu and Wajoi. Let's just say it's a neck and neck finish. Yes. All right. I think I'll now move on to the other table, and this is a gentleman who I was actually meeting on my first day on 26th of September. He was the first person I actually spoke to when I got into Other House, and since then we've been very good friends. So Kimumu, it's your turn.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I think I'm the only guy who attended an academic clinic and left injured. If you remember that story, after I was ambushed by my dad. But Mr. Akoya saved me. I think it's nice meeting you all, guys. I think I never thought I'd never see Ekidor again. I'm surprised he found his way past Kitale. So it's quite a nice crowd. I see Manyasi has a beard, but it's struggling. I think he needs to do something about it. I'm happy to see everyone, and I think Fosi was a very nice class. I've had people asking who had many lines. I think I also appear in that list. I really didn't like waking up in the morning. Because when I used to pre-write the lines for the whole week. So on Monday you submit. Some of us gave up before on Monday because Wednesday we will not make it. But I think the good thing is when you woke up 60-50% of the time, it still made a difference. So yeah, because I think that was an extra hour for 4 years. It still made a difference even if you did half of it. It's a pleasure to meet all of you guys. I think as everyone has said, maybe we'll meet again soon, because I think people have formed friendships beyond this. I see Chris, well, he's a friend who we text twice a year, but we are very good friends. I think he recently got married. Other people here are getting married. So I think invite us for your weddings. Constantine, invite us for your wedding. And I'm happy that you have families. Some of us are also enrolled to have families. So it's good friendship, people who've started businesses, and I think all that can be traced back to Fosi, because who remembers their deskmate? Let's say, do you remember your deskmate? Douglas. Jeff was my deskmate for quite a while. Yeah. So I think Manyasi used to sit at the front. Yeah, next to the board. I think he consumed a lot of chalk dust for years of life. And we can all remember that Mrs. Maret had a kiondo. So and that was her pass. The contents are yet to be known. Maybe she can tell us. Yes?
They had academic marshmallows.
And at some point, she brought us a book that was supposed to improve our memory. Who remembers that book? And Otingo held on it for a whole month and refused anyone else to read. So it was a very interesting class. I think what we learned most was maybe how to think of the box, because the class was not really conventional. It was not really even the other teachers, let's say, Miss Mugambi, Mr. Wahan, who never taught biology for the 4 years, but he passed. He told us stories. So the class was not conventional. There was a point we didn't have a math teacher, I think, for a few months. And our chemistry teacher was arrested. In Dubai. So it was quite an interesting class. So I think, and there was someone who went to the North Pole and asked the teacher why they were on the North Pole. So yeah, it was an interesting class. So I think through it, we managed to think out of the box, and I think that's why everyone is doing well in whatever they're doing. I'm in finance. Kase was my classmate at some point in our campus. And so I'm also a mathematician. And sometimes I make bad jokes. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Oh, people are doing things. So for people who are in the diaspora, if you send money, I want
Dirangu has also joined. Just try and unmute. Let's see if you can hear you now. You're speaking? I think we're still having an issue with audio. I think we'll ask one of the guys to help us with this. Otherwise, try and speak now. Yeah, we can hear you from the... Yeah, come again. Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
Oh, good.
Awesome.
I just wanted to say a couple of words. It's a real pleasure to see everyone. I haven't seen most of you since we finished high school, but a few of you, like I know Dirangwa, I was with him last week. Udia, Shebesh, I saw them earlier this year. Even Juma, I've seen him not too long ago. But just to see everyone now, it's a real pleasure. It brings back a lot of good memories. A different time when we were very young. Alliance for me was it was also a big shock coming from Moroni, where I went to primary school, and then. What am I up to since high school?
when I graduated, I enrolled into medicine at University of Nairobi, but I did not end up attending. I went to University of Michigan, where I majored in physics, because Mr. Akwaya just made me so interested in that subject. And when I went to college, I kind of reevaluated because I didn't have to go to medicine anymore. So I started thinking what I actually wanted to do with my life. So I majored in physics. And then after a few years, I decided I didn't want to be a physicist. And I ended up moving into tech. And I work in just different roles in technology consulting. Right now, I'm in Washington, D.C., doing, I'm a lead AI projects for the company that I'm working for. So just building different AI.
Function with either it was a cross or Loreto Limuru, one of them. And there was I was in Form 1, there was a Form 4, and I was, really trying my best to talk to a girl somewhere. And he literally came in between us and looked at me and then took the girl, and that was the last that I ever saw of her. But the main breezer that I remember, and I just saw him today, was is on Sariko here. But those are stories of yesterday. But I'm sure things have changed. But yeah, I think that's all there is to breezing. I'm sure we've all moved beyond that.
Yes. Now we are very confident young, actually, men in society. Osariko, I believe he's well taken care of, wherever he is. Yes. Maybe just to also keep with the theme of bringing in the diaspora folk. Irangu, are you prepared, or you can go back to Com and have his short speech to Madame? You can go, Irangu.
Okay. Wow. So I just joined a short while ago.
Let me just explain to you what's happening. We're just going around the tables. We're going around the tables, and everyone is giving a short rejoinder of how the experience was in Alliance, and what they remember and how Madam Marete impacted all our lives. So that's it. We are giving 3 minutes maximum. So yeah, that's it.
Okay. No, I think I just heard someone say that, coming to Alliance was a culture shock. I think for me it was the opposite because I was born in Kikuyu. I went to primary school in Kikuyu, and then, Alliance after that. And my favorite places to go to were in Kikuyu town. So to me, I think it was more of the feeling that after Alliance, I need to see what else Kenya has. So, but my time at school, I mean, I think it was really fantastic. I can see Barasa is here. I was trying to call Juma to get on the call, but this has been my community here. Barasa, we live with him at least once every 2 or 3 weeks. Juma the same. He's in New York City, but we see each other quite a lot. And I think what I've realized is that the friends that we've made at Alliance, especially in 4C, I think that is a bond that is unlike any other. I was talking to a few old boys in this area of DC last week or so, and I was telling them we have a 4C function, and they couldn't understand what it means to for just one class to be this close. So I think this is all because of the bond that Mrs. Marete instilled in us. I think everyone has had so many fond memories. I haven't seen her yet, but I'm trying to look for her amidst the crowd. But okay, I can see the wave. Okay. But I think one of the things I remember Mrs. Marete telling us in Form 4 was we were behind on the syllabus, and some were panicking, wondering what will happen, and she told us we may not finish the syllabus, but she'll make us pass psychologically. And that is one thing I haven't forgotten ever since. And I think I use it in life every day. You may not finish the syllabus of whatever you're working on, but you can end up doing fine psychologically. And so after Alliance, I went to NYU Abu Dhabi. I was with Juma. We did our best in those 4 years there. And afterwards, I think I had Kase say that he works in Doha. I was in Doha in 2015-16. Then I moved on to Europe. I did a two-year master's program, and then I worked in Canada and a bit of North America as an engineer, chemical engineer. And then later on, I moved on to the World Bank, where I am right now in DC, and I look at mostly issues related to environmental pollution in the Caribbean countries, and it's quite interesting. And of course, there are a lot of Busharians here, so it's always a pleasure just meeting them and just getting inspired. But it's also nice to see everyone here, including Kome. So thank you. And thanks to the organizers. This is really fantastic. I've really wanted to be there, but ikuwezekana. But it's nice that you gave us this chance to see all of you through the link. Na pole kwa kuchelewa, nilikuwa natoa mafuta kutoka uso. I know how things were in 2000. And then I'll never forget. I think it was if Wanjohi is there, he still makes me laugh in my mind. So nilikuwa jaribu kupunguza mafuta kwa uso, but it's still so nice to see all of you. Asanteni.
Fantastic. Thank you, Irangu. And there's a question for you here as well. There was this word dissolve. And if you can explain to Madame and the family what the word meant to you. Dissolve. And then, of course, the question is, who was the biggest dissolver in the 4C class?
It's so funny. I can see Kidoro saying no already. Maybe I'll delegate the meeting to Kome.
Kome, yeah?
Wow. So there is a chemist telling me to define dissolve. But actually, dissolve is in the realm of the dining hall, so not in the chemistry lab. It meant, I think, eating someone else's plate, not being satisfied with your assigned plate, and taking someone else's food and eating that. So it may have been practiced here today. And about who was the greatest dissolver?
Yes.
I want to say maybe someone in rugby like Petrova.
Petrova is just there, and it doesn't seem like he doesn't agree with that answer.
Okay. All right. Yes. I stand to be corrected then.
All right. Thank you so much, Kwame. Maybe we can get back. Okome, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I can go next. Yeah.
All right. Your video is off, by the way. So if you wanted to turn it on, turn it back on.
I thought it was on. Let's see. Turn camera on.
Yeah.
Can you see me now?
We can see you now.
Very good. Where to begin? Like everyone said, I'm just very happy to see you all on the screen. I wish I was there in person to shake your hand and give you a big bro hug for everyone, and something else for Mrs. Marete. But it's just, it makes you think back to those years, and thankfulness for many things. Just the closeness in the class. I feel that like I haven't kept very much in touch with you all, but it's just so good to see your faces and see how, the same, and yet there's 13 years or more in between, and it's wonderful, really good to see. In terms of Mrs. Marete herself and her impact, some things just very personally, as some people have said, sort of like a mother caring for us, not just a teacher. One of the, I could just remember her encouraging me in school in different ways, looking out for me. Like I started playing volleyball freshman and second year, and she realized my academics, my grades were going down, and so she got me out of volleyball. So she was into what was going on in our life. And then my family did struggle with school fees. And I just remember times when my mom would come to school just to talk with the principal or something, so I could be allowed to stay in school. And my mom got to know Mrs. Marete, and Mrs. Marete would sometimes have my mom in her home. And you can imagine how difficult doing that was for my mom, but Mrs. Marete was there to just encourage and made a friendship. And so that was really nice. And I haven't had a chance to thank you for that, Mrs. Marete, so thank you for all you did for us. It's been mentioned, different things she introduced us to. I think to this day, sometimes when my memory fails me, I think I should have finished that book on how to develop a superpower memory, but I didn't. And another thing Mrs. Marete did for me was like, for those who are who went to study abroad, we needed recommendations, and she wrote mine. And one of the things she said about me there was that I was princely. Now, I still don't quite know what that means, but it sure is one of the greatest compliments probably I've received. So thank you for that. And then in terms of this is more than 3 minutes. Anyway, after high school, 2 years in Kenya, worked with Equity for some time, and then I went to college to Yale University in Connecticut. And then during my time there, something wonderful happened to me. I was raised from the dead by the grace of Christ. I'll leave it at that. And that did end up changing my academic pursuits as well. So I ended up in the humanities, and then in between there, some time in Kenya, then I came back. And then I came, after graduating from college, I came to Michigan to attend a theological seminary here. And after my master's in divinity there, I stayed on working some for the school and still going on with my theological training as well. I'm also married. My wife's name is Elizabeth, and I tell her about 4C and Alliance quite often. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kome. It's a pleasure seeing you. I think who's seen Kome for the first time since we finished? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I see more than half the room. So good to see you, and Brian as well. I know Brian. I remember because we had an exchange on Facebook sometime, and you were telling me, you need to apply for this New York University School of the Arts. I think you are made for this. Maybe one of those regrets that I have is maybe I didn't pursue that. However, we are where we are, and thank you so much. And now we will maybe take a short break and have the family here. I know they had something prepared for us, just as an interlude to the speeches, because we are more than halfway done. So let me give Madam the mic.
We wanted to sing actually.
Okay.
And it's the children that we wanted to sing.
All right.
But we shall accompany them.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Moral support.
Yes.
Yes. Come on. Class of everything.
We actually had 3 songs, and we were told that we'll sing them at 2 different times. And maybe we shall do the 2 later. Yeah.
Yes, it's fine. Just go ahead and do the 2 of them together. Yeah.
I shall play always need to do. They say I am too crazy, but why did you make that glory? You shout us when I sound so go with us. We are having a glorious time. We are going to the sea. There is no time to you keep not fear. Whatever reasons be, and Jesus is speaking. I'm so tired of your way. I am going to carry somebody living again. Love you. Testify to Jesus. I'm going to Save me from the lost escape, save me by His grace, and love you, I will go. City place to place, so high, glorious, yeah, me up to it's down. Let all me to the city, would be there. There's no life better, me not here, forever is the state. And Jesus, He is leading us. Hallelujah. Story of Jesus, my Lord. Looks on the Bible and awesome well. Looks on the Bible I love to tell. Jesus sings, facts and that. And it's a gospel which is you know to me. Joshua has this room, that's my second time. He's coming to the top. It's your name. Oh, no, someone has to remember. Take you to very young time. Oh, your joy. It was over time. Don't be strong. As when said you are radiant. I shine the visions in your eyes. Oh, the chances are audience. You are me. You are me. I just feel the street. That's a second time. That's a second job. But don't you revelation.
Wow, that was fantastic. I think we are in awe that you all actually performed. We thought it was just the young ones going to sing, but thank you so much. Very emotional. You reminded that some of us, some of those old books in the Old Testament that we used to know. And at this juncture, I see Juma has also joined. Juma, can you come on video so we can see you? You're on mute.
Hello?
Yes.
What's up, guys?
Good. Did you catch the performance? You missed a Super Bowl type of performance, eh?
No, I caught the tail end of it for sure.
Awesome. If you're having difficulty because you can't move the laptop from here, you can use the live link, just in case you want to see we speaking from the front. And yeah. And we'd like to now head to Shulu, and let's hear his comments. Actually, Douglas, go ahead.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Douglas Irimo, but now I go by the name Douglas Munga for work-related issues. My first encounter with Mrs. Marete was on that opening day of 26th January 2006. And I remember I was brought in by my father straight to school. He didn't need to ask anyone. He was a very good friend to Mr. Vero, who's a relative, so he knew his way to Alliance. And once we got there, we were just a minute to 4, so we bring in the box. And I may look smaller than most of the people here, but you can imagine how it was 14 years back. It was terrible. So Madam's first concern was, is your guardian here to help you with the box? And luckily he just came by and that was sorted. 4C for me was the class that really cemented the spirit of Alliance. It brought in the culture of diversity. It brought in a lot of tolerance. The class may look very calm and collected, but when Madam would read us Stanley Bindra from the Sunday Nation, I would dare say we led the English syllabus in Form 4 only, to a very good extent. The other Form 1 to Form 3, we really did a lot of books and critical thinking. I remember immediately after the 2007 post-election violence, being a national school, you can imagine we had people who had really borne the brunt of it. So Madam, in her wisdom, really used the English lessons to really break down and get what we think about it and what we feel the situation was. 2 years later, we had an academic day brought in by the then principal, which was never there. So during the encounter, Madam told my dad that, you know, your son said the neighbor is not the person from your relative, it's the person who lives next to you, regardless of the tribe they are in. To this date, my old man remembers, you know, your teacher remembers what you said 2 years back, and Madam's memory is very impeccable. The lines that you hear we used to write, it just never used to be one line. For missing to wake up, we used to write 30 lines of that, early to write, early to bed. So it was quite a task. You will have to decide. It will have to be a Saturday or Sunday. You decide Monday I will wake up. So let me use my jacket to have this line. And yeah, but it's really, I will dare say it is Madam's effort of really bringing us and making us to excel beyond what is fairly good, that really spirited us to be where we are in life, I dare say. Even the number of prefects that was mentioned, not that she wanted us to join prefecture, actually quite the opposite. And she made it verbatimly known that she would like us to be upright people in society, not necessarily prefects, but the system, you know, I mean, if we are to choose prefects from the good people and the good people are from her class, she should actually. So she ended up with 20, and out of the 20, 10 were actually senior prefects. So you can imagine. The boss was actually reminding me immediately after the last batch of prefects was announced, for about 3 or 4 days, she never came in for roll call. I think it was to communicate her pleasure. But I think with time, that water settled and we found a bridge. What I take from the 4C class is there is strength in diversity if it is well guided. She really poked into us, because even when she read the Sunny Bindras, she knew who will be on the extreme end, and she'll ask for the opinion if they are not even raising it. I remember we used to have these debates with Kimumu that we will be on opposite divide of certain topics, and we will decide, let's not contribute so that it doesn't bring in a lot of animosity. But in her wisdom, she asked me, like, Irene, what do you think about this? And I will say, and then Kimumu will be asked, and he is on the opposite side. And we will have to really find a way out of it. I really thank you. I really, I think Fosi really does the biggest part of the memory of my journey at Alliance. And the friendship has really grown even beyond. Of that group that Eboso was saying that meets quite regularly, we were actually all in Fosi, and we were all in the same prep room apart from himself, but he felt lonely being in White House, so he used to come to the Oval Office more than that. But I'm happy to see you all, and thank you for all making time to be here. Even the diaspora team, thank you and thank you for the support.
Thank you, Douglas. I think one thing I've realized there is that your memory is so sharp. You remember such minute details that happened so long ago. So I think this question suits you perfectly. Yeah? When we joined Alliance High School, Johnny had one school bus. What was the number plate?
I remember it was called Priscilla.
Good, good. That's actually the answer to the next question.
Was it a KAA?
Yes, it was.
The numerals, you'll forgive me a minute.
I see David gesturing here. Will there be someone he remembers? Wow. Let's hear. Let's hear it. Just guess. Yes, to the KA. And then the last yes. Yes. And was it no. No, you were close though. You were correct in the first three letters for sure. The others, the choir members used to go. You guys, no one used this bus more than you. Even more than the drummer guys, surely. All right. KAA 114P. Yeah, and that's Priscilla. I don't know where Priscilla came from. Did we ever find the answer? Probably not. It's somewhere in the typist book. All right, moving along. Shiundu, it's now your turn. Please come up.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm the only one who maintained my souvenir jars proudly. This was handed down by my guardian, Ole Stoya. Memories are so many. Some have been brought back to our attention. But for me, as an individual, when I look at 4C, the main definition of our class was the unity that we had. One particular incident came into my mind when I was seated there. One of the PE lessons that we had in lower field, I think it was a football match, when one of our own Stakus Ongera, he lost his contact lens. And you know how difficult it is to find a contact lens that fell on the grass. Gaddafi mobilized us, and we actually made a straight line from one end of the field, and we searched for the contact lens in the entire football field, only to get it at long last. That was a gesture of unity, which as a class, I think, defined most of us up to date. And also, I am so happy that even when I lost my daughter the other day, February last year, we came together as a class. And I remember most of you sent their contributions, some in person. I remember talking to Igumba, giving me his pole, and many of us. I was actually impressed that even though we were not physically in touch, we will still bear each other's burdens. And I'm so much happy that we are able again to gather today and reminisce on these events that we had as a class. For me, I'm from Kwale County, 002. I think I, Ian Buru, and Juma were the only people from Coast Province by then. And I've not been in the circles of many of us, but I thank God because even though I'm far away, but God has been on our side, and I've been able to make it today. After high school, I went into studying psychology. I do counseling psychology, and I also went into the education field. That is why during the introduction, Gaddafi introduced me as Mwalimu. I work in a Presbyterian high school, Pwani, as a maths teacher and also a CRE teacher. And seeing all of us here, I am very happy. I saw Jeff and I was like, wow, man, you've really grown. When he stood up to hug me, I was actually amazed at how much has changed. Yet it's still so much the same after these very many years. For me, our class teacher was a mother and also a leader. I remember one of the exams, was it an exam when we passed? She actually promised us loaves of bread. That was one of the highlights. Carrying the crates from the Scouts canteen to class. All the classes were just looking at us. They're like, what? You guys, you have been awarded loaves of bread. I remember the loaf of bread was so precious in those days. We used to call the quarter loaf Kode. How much was it going at? 11 bob, yeah? Yes, it was going to 11 bob. So guys would actually struggle to get the Kode so that at least you can end your preps in style. So when Madam rewarded us loaves of bread after the card which we passed, everyone was very happy. And I really appreciate those gestures because they have really made us the men that we are right now. Actually, I still have my 4:45 alarm on my smartphone. I still wake up at 4:45 just to get up to speed with the day, say a word of prayer, and prepare myself for the day. So some of these things that you've instilled in us, we still carry them along in our lives. And I really, really want to thank God for preserving you this far. And I wish to see you having many, many more years to come. Many years of health, many years of impacting more lives like the way you did to our class. So may God bless you so much. I love you. Thank you.
Very well said. And I'm glad we have another teacher in our midst who has also gone through this class, just to continue the good work that Madam does in other schools. And again, our sympathies for your loss, and we always stand with each other at these times, and that's something that, as foreseen, we continue to do. Now there's a question here, and this one I will Actually, it's funny because the story he just gave was actually among the questions prepared today. So that's a very good memory that you had. It seems that story left a mark. So your question is though, Yundu, which OC member had the nickname Nze?
That should be Douglas Munga.
Yeah, that's the correct answer. So then he went before you, he held us first. Thank you, thank you. And actually, this can go to the segue to the next question. Who gave him that nickname? I can refer this to, I think, Manyasi, you look like you know this answer. Yeah? You don't remember who gave him that nickname? Ekidor.
Akwe.
Mr. Akwe. Another guess. Someone has mentioned here that they were fond of giving stories. Yes, that was Mr. Wahani for sure. So that's that for that. We can now go to this table. Ekidor. Ekidor, the floor is yours. Maybe get the mic. And by the way, if you want to take some dessert, you can quietly walk to the back, grab something. There are fruits, there is some ice cream and so on. So quietly.
Good evening, everyone. Titus Ekidor, and was proud to be the only Turkana in that class. It's privileged to be the only Turkana, and I can still say that I must have been a year or some months older than the second person. So, Alliance, moving to Alliance from Turkana, was really tough because you are from an area that was very hot and dry and had to fit into an area that was cold and raining almost daily. And so the cold was really not going well with me. Even before joining, I told my mom, hey, I hear that area is so cold. Can I change to Robo High School? She said, no, you can't change to Robo High School. And seeing her, she even never had that much money to pay the fee for Alliance. I told her, look, this money you can't make. Why can't you change for me this school? She still said, no, just go there. And as I stand now, there are so many things I learned in Alliance. Back home, where you are raised by the gun, where a little argument will always lead to serious consequences like death. Coming to Alliance, even pointing a finger at someone. Even only pointing a finger, already you have committed an offense. So in my first day at Alliance, I had problems. I had problems because, again, I came here. Instead of people doing orientation safely and smoothly, you are forced to do something called eye test. And with the nature of the rudeness, the early rudeness I had, I couldn't make. I was not to fail eye test. And so I took a while to get a time. And again, I'm from Lake Turkana, the shores of Lake Turkana. But still, even there, I couldn't learn how to swim better. And so I could have died. I was about to drown at the school swimming pool. I was about to drown at the school swimming pool. because I didn't know whether other people had been told the detail and the shower. Me, I came, I died for the shower and the detail. Then when the detail, it was really tough. It was tough. And I only said that the school could have been doing it because the sitting attendant was there. That was the person who saved my life. Otherwise, I won't be here standing before you. Having said that, after Alliance, I was admitted to the school in Nyanza, Siaya, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. Yes, I went there for my first year, I did it well. Was admitted to as a special needs teacher. And when my first year I did it very well. But with my second year, that's me say the darker part of my story. That was 2012. I went into alcoholism. And seeing the nature of the people in Nyanza, where they are pubs. You can hardly go for a kilometer before getting a pub or a wine and spirit. So 2012, I struggled with it, continued, but in 2014, it really got tough. And I dropped out, went on, stayed there still drinking, but my mom was a prayerful woman, and I may say some other people because I had also contacted Kwame. I tried to send me some articles or some videos, things that can help me to quit drinking. Thanks to God, in 2018, I stopped drinking. I stopped drinking to date. And in 2019, I was forced to write the school whether they could take me back so that I can finish my final year. And I had a doubt whether they could take me back, but they agreed that I may come and do the finishing. And so, with the epidemic that was in between, I managed to graduate last year. And as a special needs teacher based on mathematics and geography, but now on the sign language, dealing with the deaf. And I was, the organizers of the event contacted me whether I could be available for the event, and I was really delighted. I said that these are people that I was with as a family, and if I can remember very well, none of them got on the wrong paths with me. I never fought anyone in that class. I never even talked badly to anyone, but you know very well I talk badly to others. The guys from 4A, the other ones, I talk badly to them. But with you, I couldn't. I couldn't do that to you. Because the madam had put us together. We were family. And thanks to Shiundu, who remembered the issue of rules, I was to mention it. Because every now and then he used to talk the whole streams, and Madam rewarded us with the loaves of bread. The loaves of bread, which kept us working hard, and I'm also happy for those of you who are doing it well in life. And please, my advice to you guys, please, drinking is not good. Drinking is not good. You may begin taking it kidogo, and it reaches a point where you can't manage. You are saying you can't do kidogo, but when you reach the addiction state, now things get out of control. And you are there, they shut it down, and people say they will always talk. They're open. They say this is the guy who went to Alliance. Look at him. That's what they usually say. because I was in that category. So I may say Alliance High School really did much to me. In terms of my emotions, I came with emotions that were, those that you can't even do something small to me. Already I'm there for a fight, but Alliance, from the first year, changed that. And to date, I will tell you, people take me for an example, because if when I go for a dialogue, I don't go for violence. Whenever you are disagreeing, I may advise you to dialogue, don't fight. Because fighting, you will be there dealing with the police always and misusing resources. So that's all I can say for today. Thank you.
That was quite heavy. Thank you so much, Ekidor, for coming. Sorry. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Ghana, and also for the bravery of sharing your story. I know many of us didn't know this, so it takes courage to even give such a testimony. And I hope and I believe that everyone is impacted positively by his story. And congratulations for the recent graduation. And of course, for battling and defeating alcoholism. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next, we have a question here. Remember, towards the end of our time in Alliance, there were 3 old houses, and that was Dream, Smith, and Selwood. A new block was constructed to house these old houses. Who knows the name of that new house? Miluko says Campbell. Is that correct? Fantastic. And I know right now maybe there could be more houses. Yeah. Could be. There are probably more. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The big school now. There's even a bakery. A bakery. Yeah. I think guys, we need to make our way back to Alliance and see what else has changed. The last time I was there, they had returned a new hall after redoing the other one. So I believe a lot has changed. I can imagine a school now housing over 2,500 students. It's quite a lot of things that have changed. So if we can, let's plan something and maybe go and have a Sunday service there. Constantine Ngumba, you're next. Let me give you the mic. There you go.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Constantine Ngumba, also known as Potax. There's a famous event that happened that ended up in me getting that name. And I think majority of you already know the story, so I'll not go into the details. If I start narrating, it will take a lot of time. So basically, what I want to say is I'm very grateful to Mali for the impact that she has imparted in our lives. So I joined Alliance High School from a remote village in Kakamega. And joining Alliance High School, since class 1 to class 8, I had always been number 1. And number 2 was always like 50, 60 marks behind. So I never thought I would be in an environment where someone else would be better than me. So alas, I landed at Alliance, and the first exam that we did, I think I was number 30 something. So when I went home, first of all, I wouldn't believe that I was number 30 something. So I thought about it and I said the next semester, the next term, I had to be in the top 10. So I came, I think the second term, the preliminary results came in. And I think I was number 2 in our class and number 8 overall. And I remember during those times, if you were in the top 20, you were getting a gift. So the fishers came in. And when the final results came, I wasn't even in the top 20. So anyway, so what Alliance taught me is basically that there is competition for sure. And it's something that has shaped me up to date. I've learned to survive in tough environments because I believe that each and every one of us is very good at something. I can't be the best all the time, but I always try to do my best. Coming to Mwalimu, I think for me, my biggest take home was that she actually taught us life, basically. I remember most of the lessons, she would come in and just tell us to keep yourselves busy. So, or if you're not keeping ourselves busy, we would be reading a poem or reading a book. And I remember the river and the source for me. There was somebody who was a doting father. And I believe doting had another meaning at Bush back then. So I personally want to say thank you, Mwalimu, for what you did for us. And I think I really love the poem by Robert Frost, The Road Not Taken. So I always live up to the words of the poem. So I don't always take the road taken by everyone. So sometimes it may be tough, but you have to take the road less taken. So I really want to thank you and thank everyone in your class for showing up. I think this is something that we should continually be doing at least every year, because I believe with the diversity that we have, there's a lot that we can do together. So professionally, after Alliance, I went to JQuat. I was in the same class as Gashango. We were in the same dorm. We finished school and went to work for the same employer. Left that employer. He went to another employer, I went to another employer, and we found ourselves together again. So I think we have been brothers for that long. And most people, when they see us, I think when we are in a room, we always somehow stand out. And it's because I know Gashango is very good at speaking and he's well read. And I attribute that to the teachings of Mrs. Marete. So by trade, I'm a data analytics professional. I heard Barasa say he's doing AI. So I'm also in that space. And I didn't know. So I think now I know, and I'll be reaching out to him. I saw Juma online. Juma was my deskmate. And just to say something, I think, I don't know if you remember the Joe Breaker story, where Wanjoy would wait when you're studying and then he would draw you on the board. So Juma was a very competitive deskmate, and I think for the longest time, Juma was not among the top in our class. Until I used to tell him he had a very good memory. So I would wonder, how come Juma is not in the top 10 all the time? But somewhere in Form 3, or is it towards the end of Form 2, Juma took the reins until we finished school. So I'm so happy to see him. And sometimes when I beat him in a subject, he wouldn't take it. And he would study the whole night just to make sure that he's on top again. So I think that competition was very healthy, and we should all embrace competition and embrace the strengths that we all have. With that, I'll say thank you, and I hope to meet you in the near future. Asante.
Rogers. So, but before that, there's a question here. Dirambu was a school captain, 2009. Who did he hand over to in Gumba? Who took over school captain 2010? But the name is gone. He was probably oh, it is the I don't. Okay. Yes, Manyasi. Hillary. Anyone remember James? James what? James Green. All right. Yes, James Makichako. Yeah. All right. Let's try and keep it to 3 minutes, please. I think we might be running a bit short of time. Okay. Yeah. Good evening. Yeah. Unfortunately, I am like almost the last person to speak. And when I heard that we had 3 minutes to give a speech, I have been preparing for the past, I don't know. But we'll give you 4 minutes. but unfortunately, what I had planned to say, like you guys have been saying, so I think I'll just share something that is very, very specific to my experience, like not in general. So I remember I joined Alliance on 27th of January. It was a little late on a Friday afternoon. Then my first deskmate was Joshua Wange, very, very fast. And okay, I came proud, knowing that I had 118 marks in some rural school. I am very smart, I passed. Then I asked him, what did you get? He said 436. Then I asked the other guy, I think it was Dennis Mbatha. He was either in front or behind him. He said,
Marete. It was always ideas that we knew that was athletic because of how you Marete and had with. After school, me and Brian went to NYU. But then he was again another family member that I met at the Ahs High School. I spent the rest of the 4 years in NYU with him, went to New York with him, and our lives have been intertwined ever since. And it's always something that comes grateful for when you look back and see the team that you met 10 years ago and how they interact with each other. So you realize a lot of success or hidden success that people don't really talk about. So call me, thank you, see you again. It's been a day when I saw you, right? And I'm glad that everyone's been great and everyone is actually being successful in their own way. As of what I do professionally, when I graduated Alliance, NYU actually, I decided to stick in engineering for a while. And I ended up going to New York and started working in one of the airports here as one of the engineers at one airport. I spent some time there, and then I decided to stick in the real estate development. So today, I manage high-rise construction, the development of Manhattan. So that's what I do professionally. But in a personal life, I have a group of people that I continue to depend on. And right now, I'm planning when I'm going to be private DC in a couple of weeks. So that's the kind of close family that you continue to stick with and continue to grow with for your entire life. So yes, I do second the motion for being again next year. I don't think I said high enough, but that is a way to keep this community and this family together, because you never know what life brings, and it's good to continue to that level of mesh. Thank you guys.
Thank you, John. I'm glad to see you're doing well. I actually came across your name in a publication somewhere. I know you're laughing because you probably know it. It was something to do with the top promising project managers in New York or something like that. Was that it?
That was correct. I was elected as one of the top players in New York, whatever. It's a long journey. You got to remember.
Yes, indeed. And thank you. And maybe a question for you. We had 3 principals during our time in Alliance. There was, of course, David Kariuki, popularly known as Jay-Z. And we had Christopher Haimba, popularly known as Sodi. And who was the third one? All right, there are friends. Who was the... Who? Ndirangu was principal for a while, interim, like interim principal, after Haimba left and before he came. All right, on to the next. Have a good friend, Sikuna.
Good evening, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be meeting you all after all this time. I am so happy and glad to be with you today. The first comment that Mwalimu made to me when we met is about how I can't stop growing. I think it's, if I look back, I think it's more around the sleep. I used to, yeah, to be honest, my time at Alliance, I would say, is more like around just sleep, and every so often I'll be reading. But in between the reading and all this extracurricular, it would be sleep. And so you can imagine the fact that Mwalimu used to make us wake up at at 5 in the morning to go to read. It was something that was really challenging to me. But for me, what I say is I will always make it to class, like regardless of whether I'm actually going to read or not, I will make it to class. What happened between 5 and 6, I think Douglas can attest to that. Very little reading, but I would say the commitment, the habit of actually just showing up went a long way, more than even reading about parts of the Bantet Manor and all these other things we were trying to do when one. But there is gratitude. To be honest, we're all here quite rightly because of Mrs. Marete. I don't think I've tried to run some simulations if, say, Mr. Akoya or not really the prior. It's less that's where you do some hair, at least you have hair. Something small like that, to me actually when I was in school, like, like, yo, why is she talking about that? But right now, as I'm growing up, I would say I probably would start shaving it all off because my hair is starting to thin, so I might have to do that. Nothing that you talked about, that you mentioned, that also just came back to me after school, was the woman you marry. Right now, I know we are at the stage of our lives when now we're either getting into marriages or thinking about that. And I will always remember how you fashioned a cocoa. I would say, like, the main character, the river and the source. And Akoko was hardworking. Akoko always kept her harvest bountiful. Wherever she went, I remember when the chief passed on, and she had to, like, go to the mission and mission station. She actually kept farming, and her harvest were always full. So some of those things that you mentioned, that I think at that time we probably did not see the significance or intend it should be significant to us. That's what really comes to me after my time at Alliance. And David and the rest of you, I would say you are really blessed to have Marete as your mom. To be honest, I really never thought about the family of Mrs. Marete per se. I think it's more like the family of you thinking, you are the center of attention. She is just our class teacher. She is all we got. But now to see all these lives in the family, really gladdening to see. So thank you so much for that. The other gratitude I would like to extend is to the team. So Gafi, also Douglas, giving thank you so much for this. It will not be possible. Tradition. of Finance and Accounting.
Especially for those who couldn't make it.
Was, I think, the very first parents. The second one that I remember is a conversation we had by the, I can't remember what exactly, but we happened to each other. Reflections on the in terms of spoken before. I was at home. anything. Actually know people there. So an example, one of the persons I harassed. Give me this much. You to give me this much. What comes from this network, we build it, and therefore we're able to basically drone and perhaps the issue was if you look at and that's the
for again work at KPMG for 2-3 years, and then finally land at SAP. A lot of people don't know SAP. Everyone out there asks me, what's SAP? So SAP is the biggest company never because SAP runs yeah. So yeah, that's why I am a senior solution advisor, and my focus is on Africa. And we may have our other schedules, but let's actually put something together. Because one thing that Madam always told us is you need to respect. And we knew that we were already behind. It was 2019, we're not. So this thing had to happen now. We were actually given options, whether do it in April or October. But I'm glad we actually. I think without prefects. We were just setting them as a but Madam didn't really like the prefect. Disappoint her, but at the same time, there's this thing that has to happen. Yeah, so duty one time. Me, yeah, I was floating, yeah. Are a huge network already, and we all know
there and hand it back to Gaddafi, and he will continue the rest of the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone in this room or virtually who's spoken for the four members? Because right now then we want to, without any further ado, invite Mr. Samuel Marete to speak on behalf of the family before we invite our chief guest. I'm not Samuel, so I'm trying to be brief. I can see already in the past time. Samuel is the firstborn. I happened to also be an unborn. So I thought, let me try and say one or two things that you will relate to as all boys. Class of 2002, school number 7418. As anyone here was taken for Rome streets at the deputy principal's office.
What?
Was anyone forwarded to the deputy principal? So discipline. Let's put up our hands. We are in the same. So let's put up our hands. We are together. So mom was also my English teacher. At some point, I think I gave them assignment. Class discipline is important for her. So the moral of that story is, if you're wondering whether mom will need to take her home son, for discipline, yes, she is. We moved to Alliance in 1993. Mohammed, Equatorial, mentioned that it was very cold. I think 1993 was a bit colder. I think the first day we went there, it was still misty at 3 p.m. So it was very cold. At that point in time, what happened, mom and dad were joining Alliance, English teachers. Quote unquote, buy one, get one free. Kenyan High, mom was also joining Alliance, having come from, both are coming from outside the country, so we're joining back into the TSC system. Before they joined, old boys used to rely on Kiswahili to get A's in language to fulfill that cluster. I don't know if you guys see this cluster. It's when applying for courses. And the problem, the root cause of that is that there was no accountability
within the English department of schools. All teachers taught all those classes. So mom and dad divided the form for the entire form 4 class into two. Mom took 2 classes, dad took 2 classes. And that year, was it 93 or 94? 94. Class of 94, Alliance produced the best results in English in the country. And shortly, okay, that didn't stay in Alliance that long. I think he moved to the university. But when mom left Alliance, I don't know if you have the experience that other classes used to come and engage with us. So when mom left, results in English was attempt. So I think you can say that there's cause and effect. There's a correlation. Yes, causation. Mom was very against the prefect system. She would never have countenance myself being a prefect. Not that I would have qualified. But she was against the prefect system. And for whatever reason, I think she has had good reason to hold those opinions. I think everyone in the family kind of holds the same views about the prefect system, but there are ways in which it works. I was doing SAP in 2009. We were doing the 4-4. For that, I moved to Citibank, worked for about 3-4 years. Then I also imbibed that philosophy of the trust, the pathway is taken, 2 parts, they last in the world. So I ended up setting up a company, doing software. I forget who it was who mentioned running payments. We made a good over discussion. South of the Sahara, I'm not aware there's anyone else who is doing anti-money laundering software. There might be sort of the Limpopo, but they're definitely American. So, when I told mom I've resigned from Citibank and starting my company, she didn't. To her immense credit, there are very few parents that tell you this. They say, who will receive such news without a frown? Understand that, okay, there could be some credibility to what this young man is saying. It's not a damn thing, but to her credit, myself finances for the company and that kind of thing. And basically to help me back. Someone in John says there are many things which Jesus did, which you can try to write. So similarly, you can say as a son, there are many things which my mom has done for me as a mentor. Have been over and above what you'd expect any mother to do as a customer. So that's me speaking as an over and as a son. Thank you for your time. Thank you for taking this time to learn our mom.
Now I'm going to invite Mr. Samuel Martin to also come and speak to us.
first year. Yeah, my first year. My brother was in Lance. I ended up in Stratford. And so he asked to give the view of an old boy from the family. This is not an experience I shared. So he's had to, he spoke on that front. And I'll speak as well as I can for the family. I'd like to ask my wife and our children to stand just once more, because there are people who came in since we did the intro. That lady is my wife. Her name is Mercy. On my extreme left is Zawadi. That is our firstborn. She's 7. Next to her is Farachi. She's 5, our second-born. Then next to my wife is Amani. She is our acting last one. So first, like I said when we were introducing ourselves, I want to thank you all very much for honoring Mom in this way. I don't know how many careers where you sort of get to see the fruits of your labor like this. And for those who are teachers, Ekdor, Shanundu, I think we take from this that you have the opportunity to write on a canvas, some very meaningful material. And I think it's a great thing. Thank you for doing this for Mom. We were just normal kids growing up, but what Mom put into you, we had it maybe first hand, and I don't know whether probably stronger than you had it. Desiderata was actually a plague in the house. I think that is true. But we were rambunctious kids. We were not perhaps the most easily manageable kids. And one of the advantages of growing up in a school is the play area. So around 4 p.m., start hearing that noise of a ball bouncing on the basketball court. And it would be like the siren calling. Yeah. Forget house duties. It's time to go and play. So, and of course, there are other, the children of other staff in the school who are of like mind. So it was a very enjoyable thing to go and play, but Mom and Dad were not the biggest fans of this activity. I recall one time, we were playing, I think, football, and in the field near the volleyball pitch. And then we were alerted by our playmates that Mom was on the way. We had not seen her, of course, being engrossed in the game. And so we started running, to hide, was my brother David. So the people who had told us that Mom was coming advised me to, the hockey goals, the bottom was wood. So if you went behind that, you could not be seen. So me was advised to go for the hockey goal. And my brother was advised to go for a tree. So every step Mom took, was like 4 of mine because the time was of the essence. So with the last despairing dive, I finally made it below the wood of the hockey goal. But unfortunately, my brother did not make it to the tree in time. So he was called home to study, and I managed to escape that time by hiding behind the hockey goal. As I said, it was a normal household. I want to speak about Mom and Dad. They gave us a spiritual heritage. The songs we've sung here are songs that we grew up singing, and now we are passing them along to our kids, and discipline as well.
I'd say also that as concerned as Mom was about your education, she was about ours. I think David was talking about how because of that studying, we were out of the country for some time. We came back in '93, and that meant plugging back into the Kenyan school system. And for some time, we studied at home, and Mom was taking us through, in my case, I think the standard 5 Kenya syllabus. And my sister and my brother 2 years behind each. So when we went for the interviews to join a school, Mom had done such a thorough job in taking us through math and English that when we did, and these were end of year exams, the interview to join the school was the end of year exam that school had sat. And I recall, I think I had in maths a 90. I don't know what, I forget what my sister and my brother had, but the school decided it would be a waste of time sending us back to, in my case, standard 5 and so on and so forth. So we each skipped a year and joined standard 6 in my case, and in my sister and my brother's case, the next class. So it's not that Mom was, doing a good job on you guys and not doing a good job at all. She was probably more concerned, far more concerned about our own outcomes than she was about yours. So when you see you introduce yourselves as, teachers, as advocates, as we can relate, because it's something that we benefited from ourselves. And then maybe the slide you haven't seen of Mom is Mom as a mom. You've seen her as a teacher, but we know her as a mom. She was a strict disciplinarian. I don't think you could talk back. I see kids these days. And I wonder, never in our time could you even the whisper of a reply could not be countenanced at all. And Dad as well. Something you might know is that Mom is a very good cook, extremely good cook. I mean, her chapatis are legendary. I recall we used to grow up, Sundays was the day. Sunday, we'd wake up with French toast in the morning and a cup of Milo. And then we'd go to church, come back, and should have made pizza in the house. And then with a dessert of apple pie. And that was Mom. What she put her hand to, she did too thorough. She was a great cook. Mom is a person of great faith. I give a small example. I grew up a bit sickly at times. I think I used to have chest congestion, a lot of bronchial trouble. And one doctor, I think, even diagnosed it as asthma, but it was not a diagnosis that Mom took. And when things would be really bad and I'd be in my room wheezing, Mom would come in with a glass of maybe hot lemon, and she'd say, "Let's pray." And she would lay her hand on my head and we'd pray. And these days, I turned 42 this year, and it's not a problem I have anyway. So Mom is a person of great faith. I don't know that that came out so much in us. Or maybe it did. I don't know. I wasn't in the classes. And Mom was instrumental in making sure things just happened. If it was fees that was needed, we weren't the most well-off family, but Mom, grew cabbages. I mean, we came of the age when we had to help, and it was good for us to help, to put cabbages on the farm, sell them to either the school or other schools, so to make ends meet. Because, for example, I was in a private school. My siblings went to private schools or to private universities, and Mom looked at what needed to be done, and then said, "How do we go about this?" People of lesser faith might say, this is what we have, what can we do with it? Mom was more of, this is what needs to be done, how do we get there? And I think that is a great lesson for all of us. In closing, I want to say to you all, I'm not that much older than you, but I am slightly older. And I'd say, maybe in line with some of the things that have been said by Dr. Eboso and the people running the group for about 254, Kenya is a great country, and it has no shortage of brains, intelligence, talent, skill. There's no shortage of that in the country. In this room, we have doctors and pharmacists and everything. What we lack, and what I think Mom tried to pass on to me, is integrity. Every stolen parcel of land, some surveyor surveyed it, some lands officer somewhere arranged for its transfer. Every high rise that's sitting on a school grounds, someone parceled off that land, who is a professional, who maybe went to a rise, who went to a national school somewhere, and the nation invested in that parcel to make them who they are, only for them to misuse their skills to bring the country down. My challenge to you is we don't just need doctors, teachers, analysts, CFOs, Sifuna. We don't just need that. We need men of integrity. And I would challenge you, be those men of integrity for our nation certainly needs it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Samuel. It was very fitting that you're the one who gets to speak before our chief guest. I will not dilute that, but straight away ask us to be all upstanding as we welcome our chief guest, Mrs. Mrs.
When in 2009, and let me say that with great honor and pleasure, I want to say that my family and myself are very delighted to be here. When I asked the class in 2009 that we have a reunion, I did not think it was going to be a difficult thing to do. I did not think it was going to be a difficult thing for you to do because of the successes that you had already had in class. Maybe you didn't know how to measure yourselves at that time, but you had done exceptionally well. And I thought if we met to remember our 4 years at Alliance High School, it would be a meaningful occasion. And it is. I'm very happy to see all of you outside the Alliance setting, a very, very strict environment and a host of things for you to do now. You are relaxed, you're your own boss to a very large extent, and you're different. I am happy to see you in this new setting. Joanna asked me whether I will be coming to this occasion with any guests, and I have not planned to. And after we cut off communication, that particular episode of communication, I went back to myself and asked, was I too hasty to say that I will not be bringing any guests? So I actually changed my mind and asked him, did you people want me to bring my family? And he said, yeah, we would have loved to see them or something like that. And I also told him, if you want to see my family, that's all right. It will not be difficult for me to bring them. So it was good that you suggested that I come with my family, and we're very happy to be here. I am going to speak about 3 things: my family, myself, and FOSI 2009. And I will start with my family. As you can see, I have 4 children. Gitonga, Munene, and Grace, who are born in Kenya High. I was sitting there when they were born. Mercy joined our family about 10 years ago, and she's a wonderful daughter to me. God gave me 1 daughter, now I have 2. He gave me another one. She's a wonderful daughter to me. She is a become older. She introduced herself as I am the mother of these children. She will become older. She was working in the bank, and she surprised me very much. I wanted to please give me that glass of water. She surprised me very much by telling me she told me she wanted to leave work and take care of the children. And you know, these are my grandchildren. I was overjoyed, although I did not tell her. And I thought it was a great sacrifice. You know, she was working in the bank. I thought it was a great sacrifice. And when she asked me what I thought about it, I told her I don't know what to tell you because I worked myself. And she went ahead and left her job and has been home with the kids. You can see that the kids are very happy. They are very well taken care of. They are very, very intelligent. Amani is reading and he's 3 years old. Also, she said she wants to homeschool them. That was even a bigger surprise for me. Homeschooling is the best education system that there is. Homeschooling. And I could not believe that my grandchildren had that privilege to be homeschooled. So when she asked me what I thought about homeschooling, I told her that is a gigantic idea. I would have to sleep over it, you know, to think about it. It was a great thing. And I did not want to tell her, yeah, go for it or something like that. I actually told her, you will be housebound. And that is what happened. I mean, she's their teacher and they have to learn every day. So that is a sacrifice. That is the sacrifice that she has to make. But the children are very, very privileged to be homeschooled. So that is massive. My daughter who joined us later in the family. I want to tell you a little bit about the schooling of Gitonga, Monene, and Grace. Gitonga is the first born, Grace is the second born, and Monene is the last. So we lived in Kenya High for about 5 years, and then their father won a Commonwealth scholarship. Commonwealth scholarships are usually good to go and study, to go and do a PhD in literature. And their father is very academic, and I think more intelligent than I am. I did not expect that he would find that difficult, and he's a very knowledgeable person. Had it been your teacher, he would have given you different wisdom from what I gave you. He would have given you wisdom, but probably not what I gave you. Kenya High girls taught Getonga English. And by the way, Getonga could speak 4 languages when he was 4 years old. We used to speak Veru at home. You remember we did oral literature. So as the literature people, we wanted to pass on our mother tongue to our children. So we used to speak Veru at home. Kenya High girls taught Getonga English. The person who used to clean the area where we used to live taught him Kiswahili, and our next door neighbors taught him Kikuyu. At 4 years, he could speak those languages. And about 3 years ago, Getonga and Wavinya Ndeti met over official duties, and Wavinya Ndeti remembered, recognized him, because Wavinya Ndeti was my student at that time, as Njoki also was. So probably part of the reason why my children have not found it very, very difficult to sail the school waters is because they have lived in environments where that happens. I think it has had a good impact, a positive impact on them. So when we went to New Zealand was a good experience for us, but only because we could choose what we wanted to pick from New Zealand. Getonga was put in a class of 5-year-olds, and he was already reading. He had gone to a nursery in Lavington Primary or Lavington area. And by the way, all our children went to school at 4 years old. When Getonga was 2 months old, I came across a book called Baby and Child Care by Dr. Benjamin Spock, that early. And Dr. Benjamin Spock said the best time for a child to go to school is 4 years. And what happens when they go earlier is that they get bullied by the older students and get a negative attitude towards school. You as a parent will be asking anybody you can get, please cancel this person, please cancel this child. That's what you're going to be doing, simply because you took the child to school at the wrong time. You see, the convenience in the home is a temporary thing, but the life of a child is very long, isn't it? So it is very important to get certain things right at the beginning. I can see some of you, I have heard that some of you are married, and some of you want to get married. Maybe I can say some of these things. Yeah. A child senses insecurity in the mother from the womb and onwards. They say, if you love your children, love the other parent. If you love your children, love the other parent. So it is very, very important for you to make the mother of your children as happy and as comfortable as possible. It is very, very, for the sake of your children. It will minimize your work in the later years. I can assure you that. And in any case, you should not be so emotionally challenged that you cannot love somebody you live with. Surely. If you live with her, please love her. Please love her. There was somebody who said romantic love goes after 2 years in a marriage. Romantic love goes, but and by the way, I met PBSU in New Zealand, and he was telling New Zealanders we Kenyans marry and get in love afterwards. And the Wasungus were finding that very, very, very interesting, and they were asking her, how long does it take before you fall in love? What makes you fall in love is that the other person does their duties. That is what makes you like them. See what I mean? So to love your spouse is not such a difficult thing, because life has a way that it is linked. If somebody is doing what they're supposed to do, you will appreciate them, isn't it? Yes. And as a family head, I think you should love your wife more than she loves you, because you're more responsible. You're more responsible for what happens to your family than she is. Sometimes we women are taken for granted, and we are the ones who do the more loving, but it should be the other way around. After all, the Bible says, husband, love your wives, isn't it? That is very, very important. And anything the Bible says, if you don't agree with it, you can just know that you don't understand and you're the one in the wrong. That's about. Anyway, Getonga was taken to a class of 5-year-olds that had not done the alphabet and were not about to do the alphabet. And he was reading. So from that time on, we asked relatives to be sending us textbooks of the Kenyan curriculum, and we kept it going at home. School in New Zealand used to begin at 9 a.m. and it would end at 3 p.m. We had a lot of time. To keep the Kenyan curriculum going. And really, what we needed to teach them was math. There was a children's section of Palmerston North Public Library. The city we were in New Zealand was called Palmerston North. That library was almost stocked from heaven. There were very, very, very good books. And a child was allowed 20 books per visit, per checkout. And I had 3 children. We used to go out with 60 books. Wazungus used to think we were taking books for the sake of taking them. That's what they used to think. I just said when Obama became president, I hope Wazungus saw that even blacks want to get somewhere. Because they are seeing so many things. We never used to borrow storybooks. We used to borrow books about the world, about nature, about character, courage, determination, how oil is mined, the penguin, Antarctica, the Arctic Circle. I learned more about snakes when I went to New Zealand, and there are no snakes in New Zealand because of books. You see? So we only needed to teach the children maths. Those books took care of everything else, and they also had a great impact on the children. We are thankful. That was manna that God dropped for us from heaven. You see what I mean? We didn't know we would find these books there, but they really helped the children. Something else that New Zealand did to our family is that it kept the children around us. You see what I mean? There weren't too many. And by the way, because of the Kenyan curriculum at home, they were doing so well in New Zealand schools that those people could not believe it. Their principal told me that they were very fortunate children, but I was not so sure because New Zealanders, if you are 18 years old and you didn't have a job, there was money you could get from the government until the day you die, every 2 weeks. But as a teacher, I probably, their father also probably was getting more than that as a student. And I was certainly being paid more than that when I would get a teaching job. I had been allowed to teach as long as I was not New Zealander to teach. You see, I was not to take jobs for New Zealanders. So I would teach for a year, a New Zealander would crop up or something like that. But when I would get teaching jobs, I certainly used to get more money than New Zealanders used to be given if they did not have any jobs. And had we lived there, we would not have desired that money because it was not much. You never starved, you had somewhere to live, but you could not own a home. You could only drive second-hand cars. So we did not desire that life ourselves. So when the principal said that our children were very fortunate, I was not looking at it exactly that way because there was this the prospect that we would also come back to Kenya, and education and life in Kenya is harsh. Do you agree? Life in Kenya is harsh actually. So if your child does not succeed in school, that is great trouble, isn't it? That is great trouble. So I was not comfortable. I mean, I didn't think that because you were in New Zealand, the children, everything would go right for them. We did a very good job of teaching them the Kenyan curriculum at home. Their father also did it because I did teach quite a bit. We were there for 6 years. And when they came to Kenya, they had no problems. I don't know whether you people saw at Alliance students who had come from overseas and joined Alliance High School. They never used to go. Finally, they had to leave because if you are on a government job outside the country and you come back to the country, you can take your child to any school that you like. So they used to bring them to Alliance and they used to find it very, very good. At least we didn't have that problem. So the Palmerston North Public Library Children's Section compensated more than amply for the New Zealand education system being so lax. They were very rich. No potholes on their roads, no blackouts, no water shortages. If you lived on a Kenyan diet, you could, that was a very cheap way of eating. And that's the way we used to. That's the way we used to eat ourselves. I mean, we were not interested in pies and things like this, but I learned how to make a pizza just to give the children, the family, a good Sunday. Okay? And it is not difficult to make up. I'm surprised. I didn't tell you in those recipe lessons how to make up. I'm very, very surprised that I didn't tell you. It's not difficult to make a pizza. I wanted Gitonga and Munene to do reforms at the university with CPAs, but they chose to do IT. And I mean, it was all right. It was all right. I hear Jews are very, very successful people. Are you aware? They are very, very successful people. I hear they choose careers for their children. We didn't do that. We did not do that. They chose to do IT, but Gitonga got a job with PwC after he finished the university on condition that he does ACCAs, which are the international version of CPAs. So he actually became an accountant. And Grace did pharmacy because When she was in Form 3, she said chemistry had become her favorite subject. She went to precious blood. When I used to teach in Anjoki Domo, they never really used to get very good certificates, but they used to get these very big personalities. So I told Grace, don't feel can hide anywhere, please, don't. And I don't know whether she feels alliance, even alliance did not want her to do that. This alliance girls sometimes could be jokers, isn't it? I didn't want her to go there. I wanted her to go to a school that passes. See, and people say that a national school gives you a better character, but I thought a character can be molded somewhere else. But a good certificate, where do you get it after you miss it in school? So she said when she was in Form 3 that chemistry had become her favorite subject. When she was in Form 4, I asked her, is chemistry still your favorite subject? She said it had been overtaken by maths. That's how she went to do pharmacy, because there's maths in pharmacy also. And I thought that was a good course. She would not have to. She would not have. These things are happening very, very unfortunately. After Getonga was worked at PwC for 4 years, he sent his father and myself texts and said, I have given in my resignation letter. Stress, that was stress. And I sent a text back and asked why. And he said, I have got a better job. So it was good, I didn't. I look up. Yes. So he went to work for Protivity in Kuwait and was auditing some Middle East countries. His boss at PwC asked him, there is no way I can keep you. And Gitonga told him, they are giving me 70% more than you are giving me. So the boss asked him, do they have a place for me? When he wanted to get married, he left that job. He left that job and said he wanted to be in the country. He also said they were being sent to a tax haven in that area. And his life was very expensive there. It was going to be the equivalent of taking a pay cut. So he looked for a job in Kenya and found it and went to work at Australia. Today, he works for Cats for Africa. You know what that is? It's an NGO actually. I see him go to see fish farmers, aquaculture in Rwanda, in Tanzania, here in Kenya. That's what he does today. Okay. Grace works in Meru, and 4 years ago she finished a master's in toxicology. And just this week, she handed in a report to Global Fund for some malaria data that they were collecting in the valley. Onene has told you that he left Citibank and decided to do this software. And Onene's master school teachers in New Zealand told me that he was very bright. They told me he was very bright, and his brother and sister told me he was brighter than them. And I knew it. They were not telling me anything that I didn't know. And how I knew it, when Munene was 4, we were doing a Bible story. These Bible-based stories, and somebody had said a Christian should grow horizontally and vertically. And I asked Gitonga what that meant. He said he didn't know. I asked Grace what that meant. She said she didn't know. And Munene said what it means is that a Christian's relationships with people should improve. That is a horizontal growth. And you should know more about God. That is vertical growth. And it was 4 years old. So I knew that his teachers told me that he was very bright. And even when I took him to Strathmore, because they had done a diploma in IT there, and Strathmore has said anybody who has that diploma, IMEX, can do a degree in 3 years. That is why I took Munene to Strathmore. His teachers asked me, why is it this boy at Nairobi University? We normally don't take this kind of students. Anyway, he took himself to the Duakali, and that is where he is. And these are the career paths for the children. I think my grandchildren are coming on very, very well. Yeah, they're coming on very, very well. I help where I can. Like now, I think I'm going to be their teacher for some time. And I have not forgotten how to teach, of course. And, I would want them to do very, very well. I would want them to do very, very well. So sometimes I spot books that can help them. And sometimes I buy them, sometimes I get their parents to buy them. So that is my family. That is my family. As a mother, I thought it was more important for me to see to it that the children have become successful than for me to become a school principal. That's how I felt. And I don't regret. I remember Wangari Maathai being interviewed by the Daily Nation 2 months before she died. She was being interviewed in July and she died in September. She was asked, if you lived your life all over again, are there things you would change? And she said, if I lived my life all over again, I would bring up my children first, and then I would develop my career. That's what she said. Very close to her age, and she died at 70-something. I did not have this feeling because I knew Wangari Maathai would say this. I didn't know. But even when I read about Margaret Thatcher or even some of the school principals I have known, they regret that they gave themselves so much to work and their children did not fare so well. So for myself as a mother, I thought it was more important to make sure that the children were successful. And that is why I was strict. That is why I was strict. I am not as strict with my grandchildren because they have the words. They have their parents. They have their parents to discipline them. So, so I am very proud of what my children have become today, and I thank God for them. Now I come to myself. I don't know whether I should say something about myself as a teacher, but I think it is very unfortunate that a teacher can spend so many years with students and nothing comes out of it. That is very unfortunate, and the teacher is being paid. You see, I think it's very, very unfortunate, you see. And it is not difficult to get good results. You simply have to sensitize students that this can be done. They can overcome the challenges that they have, and they should apply themselves more. Johanna reminded me that I used to buy you bread. I have completely forgotten that. But those of you who are finding waking up very difficult, I used to compensate gradually so that you could know that I'm not just, demanding. I can show appreciation. See what I mean? That is what that bread was for. And I don't think I have wasted the time of students any time. In New Zealand, I used to be given Form 1s and 2s that other New Zealand teachers had ran away from. I was hearing you calling me mother. They used to call me mom in class. And their school stores were so well equipped. There was so much you could do with them. In any case, I had hyena stories to tell them because they didn't have a curriculum hardly. Never saw any. So I was even told, here we don't stress children, trying to make them learn. So I said, if they wanted me to be the same for them, I can be the same. There's no problem. So I used to give them all these stories, and I would give them an outline of the map of Africa. Their stores would not lack our classes, and for a whole morning, from 1s and 2s, we'd be filling in names of African countries and coloring the maps. You see, there was a lot we could do. Yeah, that's how they choose it. That's how they choose it, and this is a complaint. And some of the parents used to complain that their children were getting already, but I couldn't bring the Kenyan system. I couldn't take the Kenyan system there. So I did what was required of me, and we got along very, very well with the students. I was saying, I don't really waste the time of students because it's a great loss. It's a great loss. And I would like to think that I helped. And I'm very, very happy for what I have had you say today. You are a very special class because you accepted to be led. You accepted to be guided. You are a very, very special class. Anyway, that is me as a teacher. When I left Alliance at the end of 2013, the Form 3 class I had and the Form 2 class I had, the Form 4s finished and went. I really felt betrayed. But the Bible says to love other people as not more than you love yourself, isn't it? So I mean, I would have left at some stage. And even today, I've been teaching at Alliance, but it's not that I was tired or anything, but I thought I better do something for myself. When I left Alliance High School, I went to do forex trading. You know what that is? And a trainer spotted me online and offered me a course for $9. And I took up that course. This was a forex trader who had been a Marine and went to guard some rich people. And he asked them, how is money making this forex? And they taught him forex, and he wanted to teach people forex. I had other forex teachers, but he said the forex is not traded by little chance. There are tools you can use, and you just, there is something called a dashboard actually. By the way, Marcel was working the treasury section of National regularly forex trading. And she can tell you, I know a few things about forex trading. Because I've had her say, if I was going to discuss forex trading with mom, I had to look at the market. You see, forex has its good years and its bad years. I remember that trainer saying that 2012 was the worst year in the history of forex trading. And he said it takes 18 months to learn how to be ready to go to the market. He also said, some people say it takes 3 years. So, the last couple of years before COVID came, I don't think anybody made any money in forex trading, except banks maybe because they are privy to some information about the local currencies and how it is going to perform against the dollar. I think they can make the money, but I really don't think anybody made any money in forex trading. Thank you. When COVID came, there was no traveling. You see what I mean? And forex is about people paying, for traveling, for buying this, for buying things. It's about money being exchanged. So the chart became very, very strange. And I don't think anybody was trading forex during that time. Somebody told me there was money in forex because I have not been to the market since COVID. Because last year I got involved in something and I did not go back to the market. But I love forex trading and I understand it. Probably I'll go back to it sometime. So that is what I did when I left Alliance. It's a painting that it's a place where I don't talk to anybody. But I enjoy doing it. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Last year, August, I had some appointment in some office in Nairobi and a few things to do there. And when I finished doing those things, I went to see a doctor. I thought I had an infection. I went to see a doctor. A doctor that has helped us a lot in the family. I remember in 2005, our mother had blood pressure of 222. And we took her to him, and within 5 minutes, he knew what was wrong. See, he said her heart was expanding, and she was on her way to a heart attack. And I asked him, is this reversible? He said, very much so. My mother is still alive. That was 2005. She's still alive. And from that time, anybody in the family who got a serious problem goes to see Professor Bat at the doctor's class at Kenyatta National Hospital. I don't know whether clients were taught by Professor Bat. Yes. He's the one I went to see in August. And he sent me for tests. And when the test came back, he told me, yes, you do have an infection, but you also have a gynecological problem, and you need to see that specialist. And he asked me, do you know any? I used to have one when my children was one. He was much older than me. So I thought I should not go back to him. And I asked Professor, what do you know any yourself? And he said, I do. Of course, how do you want to know? And he sent me to somebody called Mal, who is a private doctor. He has a clinic at park something at Rakan. Yeah, Rakan Hospital. So I went there and he did his own test on me and he told me you need surgery as an emergency. You have a tumor in the uterus. And I was not feeling sick. And I don't know whether I was, nobody was telling me that I was looking sick. So when the final test, he said he needed to do a few other tests. When the final test of those tests came out, we discussed them on a Thursday, and he told me get admitted tomorrow. Yes. He told me to get admitted. He has a hospital actually where he admits patients. I got admitted, and what is it called? Is that operation? Hysterectomy. That was done on me, and I think I was alright, although I was very important after the operation. But I was doing very well, and I was strong enough to take the operation. I was admitted on Friday, and I was discharged on Monday. I was told I must eat and I must rest, and I was told I must go up and down the stairs. I did those things, and after I recovered a bit, I had an appointment in Dr. Ahs clinic, and they told me some lymph nodes that they had cut were cancerous, and they think I should be treated for chemotherapy and radiology and something else. And they felt I didn't need to do. I felt I did not want to do chemotherapy. I went to see the oncologist, and he told me we will do 20. The people in Dr. Ahs clinic told me that I need to discuss further treatment with the family because chemotherapy damages organs. The doctors in the room are not, you can call me. I don't know for how long you have studied medicine. I hope they are not getting nervous. But you know, you talked about the route not taken, didn't you? Yeah. Now, cancer, I mean, being told that I had cancer and wait for the operation is something that happened very quickly. I don't think I even had time to think about it. I didn't even have time to pray. I just told God, here is this operation that I must go to operate. I go for operate on me myself because you're the best doctor for this. I did not know much about cancer. I mean, cancer is something you hear other people have. It's not something you expect to learn. But the family, and by the way, the reason why I come as so fast, my family was very much with me. I don't think they would let me die. They would bend back. Did I use that expression? In class, bending backward, bending this way is very difficult, isn't it? Yes. They brought me books on cancer, very good books on cancer. I'm not unable to read. There are alternative treatments for cancer. Mainstream medicine is opposed to them. It is opposed to them. And they really harass the doctors who try. Because even though the patients get it, they harass them because they are funded by the manufacturers of chemotherapy drugs that you see. So they don't want any, and they know that, people die because of chemotherapy. Are you aware of that? They are killed by chemotherapy and not by cancer. And many get so sick, they say, I had rather die of cancer. When they get the treatment, they get sicker than they were. So I am doing what I can to remove cancer from my body. I don't eat any animal products, not eggs, not fish, not chicken, not beef, not goat. I don't eat those because they eat cancer cells. I don't eat white rice. I've stopped eating ugali. The cancer diet that is recommended is a raw diet, actually. A raw diet. You cook nothing and you don't eat anything that is interfered with. If you're eating dengue, you sprout them. Have you ever heard of that? You sprout them, you soak them in water, maybe overnight, and you remove them and you rinse with untreated water, but filtered water. And then you cover them somewhere and they begin sprouting. Then you can eat them and you don't have to cook them. It's actually very, very healthy. It's very, very healthy. I can eat I can eat fruits, I can eat vegetables. But it erodes weight. It erodes weight. In any case, I have took my mother to hospital. Professor Bat told me that I was carrying enormous weight. That was 2005. You people had not come to Alliance yet. And I started losing weight at that time. So I have 2 more kgs to lose. So, but I'm not going back to the diet. And yes, I stay cancer free for some years. And even then, I have to be very, very careful. I have to be very, very careful. So that is my health. I am all right, and I am healed. I am all right, and I am healed. All right. I will see very many years. If you had the plans I had, I'm going to be very, very surprised. But the book say, plan your life, make plans for your life. I mean, you don't stay feeling sorry for yourself. You see, and there's no need to. There's always something you can do. Like now, I'm going to teach this grandchildren. There's always something you can do. You see. So that is my health. There's something I wanted to talk about was people. And as I said earlier, when I said that we have this reunion, I did not think it was going to be difficult. I mean, we were people who were going places, and I could see that. You see, and you can see it has become a reality. It's a very, very good thing, and I am enjoying it immensely. And what was unique about your fast, as I say, I've become number 2. And he told me in from 100 that I was waking up, was in class at 5 a.m. But these days, not everybody is waking up. So I said, if that is the problem, we can solve the problem. And we got these class lists, did the columns, and wrote the date on top. And if you didn't wake up, it was not ticked, you see. And then you went back to me. And you said something. The other thing is that by that time, I had developed a speech actually that I used to sell to schools. And it was a very good speech. And then I would get feedback before I leave. And that speech used to last from 8 to lunch hour in the schools. And I get a pack of a very big, very many questions that students would ask. And the teachers wanted me to answer them because they wanted the students to be comfortable, you see. And I dished out that speech to you people and be known to you. Slowly by slowly. You remember me telling you, for example, two ships on the same sea, driven by the same wind. It is not the wind, but the set of the sail that determines where they go. That was from last week. And that is the part of the reason why you people became very stubborn. You see, because you can see, you can be the same sea with people, and they end up very, very different. You see what I mean? So I am happy that you took what I had. I forgot that I used to buy you bread, but since we used to work so hard, that was something very small, isn't it? Because we were working hard. And I was happy about that. The biggest problem the class raised for me was being elected prefects. You see, alliance prefects. When you are teaching, they are doing a list of who will be doing everywhere. And they come late to class. I was feeding, I don't know, the rugby team or something like that. So I was really not getting to that. Imagine, I thought actually you were 45 and 22, you became prefects. My class changed. Anyway, I should have rejoiced because it was good for your CV that you were prefect, isn't it? It was good for your CV. And since you did not drop in performance, all is well that ends well. Okay? Yeah, but I thought your KCSE results were more important than those other things. And you see, it became very brotherly also, isn't it? Yes, and that was right. And you cared about each other, and you have stayed that way, care about each other. That is great. Now, Johanna told me to tell you some of the things that you did in the course of 4 years that if you had today, you laugh at. And I came up with 10 things. Yes. When I read to you, Figure, and by the way, I'm glad that I shared with you so many things, poems and books, and the liver and the sources that make me. It had won an award to speak. I am so glad that I shared so many things with you at that time. King Lear is my favorite literature text. I was taught by a student in 456. And I'm not sure. These days I do read books that impact you very much. Like there's one on cancer called World Without Cancer. There is something called vitamin B17 that actually cures cancer. But if you look at whatever, there are these other things and operations. Had I read that book before this operation? I'm not sure. There are things you can do. They say, for example, that if you fast, it cancer cells, because they are very surely put together, they can die very, very quickly. So imagine they recommend the fasting for 5 days. It can be a feat, but if your life depends on it, it's very difficult. It is not. So you can, and you fast like that for 3 months, 1 month, 5 days, another month, 5 days, another month, 5 days. And then from there on, we will fast every 3 months. And they say that fasting can reverse cancer at any stage. At any stage. You see what I mean? And if you don't feed cancer cells what they love to eat, of course they will die. Anyway, I was saying I didn't read books up to today, but impact me very, very much. But King Lear at that time was my favorite literature text. When I read it to you, Joshua became very, 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 very quiet. And I asked him, Joshua, why have you become so quiet? He said, it is not usual for parents to curse their children. You remember King Lear's curse upon his daughter. It was a very, very serious curse. You see, what did he say? Here, nature, here. If you intended to make this creature fruitful, suspend thy functions. Should you give her a child, let it make channels of tears on her face, that she may know how painful it is, or something like that, to have an ungrateful child. Those daughters were very bad. I tell my grandchildren stories, actually, and they exhausted the stories that I had. So I was and they said, no, that one is too sad. That was one thing about Joshua, and I told Leona he's a gentle soul, and I think he still is. In Form 1, some members of the class did not get containers to wash their class on Saturdays. That was a problem for them, so I had to make them packets. We really started disliking writing lines in Form 3. And I think the family leader of that was some. I think he's the one who disliked it most. It's important. It was important. Also, in Form 3, Joshua decried the failure of the class to come up with a football team for inter-class football. He was too academic to make that team. And then I also learned when you were in Form 3 that there was someone who used to talk to it. Even if I had tried, I don't think you would have told me what it is all about. In Form 4, Dualet said, is for America to stop supporting Israel, Allah for Israel, Ijabwa. I mean, I thought that was alliance of artists, wasn't it? And here was a Muslim, and he could say differently. I thought that was a good thing. You see, I think he would be shocked today if he knew that he had said that. And then you people did not have a lot of sympathy for Mudoli or Peter Stockman. You remember who those? That's a bit strange. Now, also, Clarence, when we went to Karen Forest, when it was 1 o'clock, he's the one who started singing. And we had to stop. We had to stop being guided to see the forest and go and have lunch. So I don't think I was very mistaken. to give Johanna that one. Huh? But I told you people not to count too much on your wife's face. Did I feel that? I told you not to count too much on your wife's face. Huh? It's not money. You see what I mean? It's not money, and it's not the way it should be. Women want to build their homes, and they're not many will spend their money outside the home. Not many will do that. Yeah, but I think it is your responsibility. Barasa became very, very impatient when I was telling you that. Eh? And you know, I used to wonder, where did Cheka get that temper and I used to ask myself that question. Eh? His mother actually said he'd be brought to my class and did not tell me that his son was in my class. Her son was in it. I discovered that myself. You see what I mean? But whichever was there. He's a good soul. If you didn't know him. Eh? Two outstanding quotes from my class. One was from Dirango. Public victories are won in private battles. I remember that. That was so true. Wasn't it? Another one which I got from one of your speeches when I was working it, and it could have been Dirango's. Let us be like the mirror, which, after it has been shattered into 1,000 pieces, does not lose the capacity to reflect. That was also from your class. I thought it was very, very good. And this is a one advice. Shall I give you some advice? Learn how the ladder is climbed in the field where you are. I am hearing that people have even changed foods. That's very much okay. That is all right. Learn how the ladder is climbed. Please keep reading widely. He said that Tim said that he wondered why I commented on his work that is really widely. I mean, if you're not widely read, you don't know that much, you don't encounter words and expressions. It's not because the teacher thinks you're not widely read. Yeah? Yeah, that was a bit of a misinterpretation of that comment. Soar high, and reach the top. Reach the top of where you are. You are very, very young. You're very young. I hear some of you are doing second degrees. That is very, very good. If you already have it, that is very good. But that is another way to advance. On marriage, do not be trapped into a marriage. Do not be trapped into a marriage. Go into it with your eyes wide open. Marry because you have chosen to marry, not because God's place is forcing you to marry. So what I mean? Yes, I mean, I heard a preacher. I don't know whether you know this online preacher called worship. Or worship. Have you listened to his sermons on dating? He said he does not approve of dating because you want to spend so much time with somebody's daughter and you have no commitment to that time. And she's a precious soul to the family behind. She has been invested in. So he said he does not support dating. So when you want to spend so many periods, so long periods of time with someone you don't intend to marry, you're likely to end up in problems, isn't it? Anyway, I don't be trapped into marriages. Go into it one open. Marriage requires commitment. I told you, you love If you love your children, you love the other spouse. And your wife can do that also. Because she also has a spouse to love. You don't have time and money for divorces and remarrying. Are you aware of that? You do not have the time and money for divorces and so please be very, very careful. I had Warren Buffett tell a graduating class on a video, marry someone who is the way you would like them to be. Don't marry somebody who is not the way you like, and then you think you can sweeten the one. I'm not sure you can. Even God does not force people to be the way He wants. That's a very, very difficult job. That's a very, very difficult job. Sometimes people change. But as much as you can, marry somebody who is the way you like. In case of marriage difficulties, try to. Did you know that Obama and his wife go for counseling? They do. And Michelle says she's the one who suggested they go for counseling the first time, and her husband told her, "You are not sure we can read are you not sure we can? Are you sure we cannot read a book on this thing?" And Michelle wanted to go for counseling. When they went for counseling, she found out that she needed to work on herself. Yeah, she was told Obama is not the one to make him happy. Obama should be married to a happy Michelle. Can you see the difference? I mean, really, I'm not sure it's another human being who makes you happy. You simply decide to be happy. I mean, you can make a whole meal miserable because, I mean, if you're making the meal, make it and make it well and serve it cheerfully and solve the problems that exist. You don't mix everything like that. You see what I mean? Yes. Also, do not marry someone who is very different from you in age, in intelligence, or in values. Do not marry someone who is very different from you in age, in intelligence, or in values. And if you marry a woman who has more money than you, you will suffer a lot of insecurities. Am I right? Yeah, that is what is going to happen. On parenting, I will not be terrified by the newborns. Babies are natural. They settle down, but you can make them agitated. You see what I mean? You can make them agitated. They are natural, they settle down and they live. So don't be terrified for them and feel overwhelmed. They'll settle down, you will also settle down. And as I said, a baby senses the insecurities of the mother even. So please do not worry their mother. They are discipline, but don't overdo it. I thought we had given the talker just one meeting, but he told his wife, and that was by his father, but he told his wife there was a big meeting I had given him. And I had forgotten. And the reason why he got a meeting, I had told him to do dishes. And we were going somewhere. And after 15 minutes, I go to the kitchen and there is no sign of dishes being washed. That's why, and when I asked him, he said he was in the toilet. That's why he got that second meeting. But I don't think we ever gave him any other. Right? His brother and sister were big different. I think they got more meetings. Well, they got a bit more meetings. I told you about the Dr. Benjamin Spock, Baby and Childcare. Please get that book for your wife, especially. You can also read it. There may also be other things. You people are so into the phone. I don't know what you do on the phone, but I had rather leave Dr. Spock than find out what is happening amongst my friends. You see what I mean? Yeah, there are things that are important to do. If you want your children to be yours, even after they marry, yeah, do things for them. Take them to slide and to swing. Push the swings, slide with them, get into the water with them if you know how to swim. Keep them happy. Don't think they are interfering with what you want to do. Get them things to do. Buy them toys. Introduce them to books. Do you know that boys read to their babies immediately after they are born? They read to them, and somehow they take in what is being read. Read them books. Children love books, especially the pictures. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. So the relationship you form with the children because you're doing things with them is the rope you use to do them to yourself. When they become teenagers and there are influences out there that may not be good for them, they'll listen. You see what I mean? You create a channel between you and them where you can communicate by doing things with them. But if you make yourself someone they hear and see very rare, even when you're in the house, it is newspapers that used to be read by dads. Now probably it is the phone. If that's not, you will not have, you will find it difficult to control your children later in life. You see, the Catholic Church says you give them a child between 0 years to 7 years, and that child will always be a Catholic because of what they will be taught. You see? So what you think are values that a child should know or should have, they all should be taught in doses that they can understand between that period. You see what I mean? 0 to 7 years. That is when to do it. So you do have work. You do have work. Tidying up. He is told, go and get silver for mom, or take this glass to the kitchen, or and he should not upset other kids. He should not be rude. Yeah, that school is important. You see, something. In fact, you can tell a 4-year-old is. You know that when you're 25 years, you will leave moms and dads home. What are you? If I come to visit you, will you have cups to give me tea? A 4-year-old, he will understand. You see what I mean? So I was saying you communicate these values in a language they can understand, in a way that they can understand. So you teach these values, and you yourself, you see? Even God had said, teach this to your children as you rise and as you sit and as you walk on your way. He didn't say that the pastor should do it. You see what I mean? He did not say that the pastor should do it. It's you, the parent. You will be an excellent parent if you can tell the motive behind the behavior of the child. Actually, you don't just beat children. If you have not told them this is wrong and they do it, it is wrong to beat that child. Can you see that? So you first guide the child, and then if the child does not listen, then you can punish. And beating is not always the best punishment that can be given to a child. It is not always the best punishment. So if you can understand why a child behaved the way they did, you will be an excellent parent. I have also heard that one says keep their teenagers to themselves or children when they're getting older. by sharing the state of family finances with them. Someone told me the family was a one-income family. So he used to tell the family, this is the money there is, and these are our needs. He used to give them thanks in distributing the money that was there to the needs of the family. It makes the children feel very much part and parcel of the home. But if you have too much money, it's not a good method. It's not a good method. Yeah. But if the money, if it will not put ideas in their head, bad ideas in their heads, you can do that. I'm just about to end. Two scriptures that you should remember. Ask and it shall be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door shall be opened unto you. It happens. It happens. It is true. Another scripture. If you know these things, happy are you if you do them. I did not quote the scriptures very much, but I quoted a very good scripture from you from one. Mind your own business. Learn, study to be quiet and mind your own business. Do you remember? I quoted that to me from one when I found you as a very, very noisy class. I think one afternoon. I asked for one of your Bibles and I read that verse on the board. Yeah? I did not read the Bible much, but the Bible is always right. The Bible is always right. The closer you are to God, the more true the Bible is. The farther you are away from God, the more you will find the Bible fantastic. And he's saying things that are not true. So Jesus said, if you know these things that I have taught you, happy are you if you do them, not if you know them, if you do them. And that is why it should not be difficult to love a spouse. Okay? I am going to give you a blessing. But before I do that, I want to thank Joanna and your team. Being team, you Constantine, and who else was in that team? Yes, Hase and Domenico. Yeah. I want to thank you very, very much for organizing this event. I want to thank all of you for doing what you have done to get it to happen. It's a very good occasion. It's good to remember those 4 years we spent together because I think they were useful and helped. Okay. And I believe that the best is yet to come for all of you. I believe the best is yet to come. So as I finish, I want to give you a blessing. And it is called the Irish blessing. Have you ever heard of it? This is what it says. You can Google it actually. May the road rise to meet you. May the road rise to meet you. May the wind always be on your back. I do not pulling you backwards. May the sun shine warm on your face. May the rain fall soft on your field. May God hold you in the palm of your hands. Amen.
Thank you very, very much, Maria. Please sit down. Thank you very much. And at this moment, I think that's a very good speech to reflect on. I will not speak any further, but to invite Douglas Irimo to take us through the next session, the next very important session. And as Douglas is coming, there are table leaders and there are cards on those tables. Those cards should get to Douglas right away. So please, the table leaders coordinate that. As Douglas comes along together with Eric Ogao. But Douglas, over to you. Once again, good evening. I was given the single task in the planning committee of generating ideas together with all of them and what to give to Mrs. Mareta. And as you can see from her speech, one of the things that we really thought just before that, the son said something about helping to do the cabbages. And it reminds me once when Mwalimu told us she had attended a Strathmore parents meeting, and one of the teachers, one of the parents had said, if I'm doing pig farming, my children should know to do pig farming if that's where the school fees is coming from. So I think we both share that with you. And on being an enforcer of discipline, I think the class was taught on discipline yourselves and the grandchildren. I mean, I'm a doctor and I can tell you having kids were that concentrated for those hours and they're not on medication, they're not asleep. Yeah. So on the gifts, when reflecting what to do, we really thought, what would we want to remember her for? One is her memory. I thought I would have some things to say, but she's already shared pointers, even reminding us of Joshua's reaction back then. One of the other things which we really enjoyed was her protective nature. I do not know whether Tim Barasa was very fond of this. He used to sit by the window. So teachers on duty would come and they would really tap on the windows to harass us to get out. And her desk was strategically by the very fire. So the teacher on duty will not be seen. And being young, we'll really be happy because of this class on life. I mean, who do you think you are to get us out? And so the teacher on duty will come bashing to the door. The first thing the teacher says is, Madam, so that quiet. And the teacher runs, gets the other boys running. And once the noise is quiet, then we're just told to see, you need to get to parade and get it swiftly. And so we will move, and we always came to parade late. I'm sure we remember that. The other thing we really wanted to remember is the lines. The early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. So in getting all this, we try to get something that will get all that together. And at this juncture, I'll ask Joshua Mwange to come help me. With the reveal of this particular gift, which we shall then ask Madam and a member of the family to join us for a photo here as she receives this particular gift. So the reason the elephant was for her memory, for her towering nature and protective nature. And the reason we decided to get the sunrise was, I mean, we wrote those lines. For something. So, we are changing the program just slightly. We are going to have the cake cutting. Then Mwalimu, we will invite you again here because a couple of kids. Douglas is not yet done, it's just started. But because Kase has to leave and he was the one who was supposed to coordinate that together with Igumba, the dance. So we'll have now the cake cutting session. And Kase will guide us on what you to do, and then perhaps. So Kase will guide us.
Yeah, I think I'm supposed to do the matron speech of hii keki imetengenezwa na mikono. Na unga ni forgotten most of those parts. I'm not sure that many weddings. Yeah. So I was delegated the duty of handling the cake. We have a very famous baker who's a friend of ours called Asu. And she's done cakes for 13 years. As far as I can remember the first cake I got. So that was a good task that we were given. She was that stage, that is the response that we know all of us are being able to vouch for her. That's the person we get. So here we will have 2 cakes. We assumed that a dissolver will be among us. We just have to create enough space for them. So we will have 2 cakes. I think Marete, you can join us here for the cutting piece. And then also, as part of the family, we shall place a gift to you, 1 cake. That one has safely been kept away from any dissolver. Then let's kindly ensure security is around. We requested the grandkids can come and assist. I'm very excited. Yes. Members, can you bless us to the tune or something? Kata keki tukule sasa. Kata keki tukule sasa. Kata keki tukule sasa. Kata keki tukule sasa. Kata keki kata keki kata keki tukule sasa. Hiyo ni keki siyo hiyo ni keki siyo pizza. Keki kata keki kata hiyo ni keki siyo pizza. So as this continues, Douglas, you can come and continue with that part of the program.
I think we'll be making quite some trips here. It's not the stairs exactly, but quite a couple then. So for the next one, I'll ask Japtaro to come and join me. We have something special for Mwalimu.
Since Mwalimu saying that Nairobi is tough, I also started, since I hate work, but I also started a company in Honey. I've sold almost half a ton of honey. And I wanted to give to this. You gave us bread, but I didn't honey.
Then we invite Eric Ogao to give the next gift on behalf of the Enchantress.
blankets. There's also some writings. Not because the name is a bit coarse. You wake up so early. So you have it. Then the institution will remember us.
So that was collectively from the entire class. We also, for memory's sake, we had cards where people wrote the inscriptions of how they remember you and what they would love to remember of the Alliance journey, especially with your mentorship. And also as a small token of appreciation, we hoped to target to at least raise some funds, maybe get to retirement figure. But this class of yours was exceptional. They pushed it. The label gives us 70. They pushed it to 80, and they pushed it to more. So I will give you the envelope plus the other funds from M-Pesa. The class was able to gather a total of 84 as a token of appreciation for what you did to us. For the sake of security, I didn't. Madam, this way.
Oh, I see.
We will end at that and hand over to Gaddafi to wind up.
So I'm actually not winding up. I'm handing over to Gigi to wind up now and give us the vote of thanks. Thereafter, we'll have Kome giving us the benediction, still here. And then we will have Samuel Osarigo leading us in the school anthem. Yeah, so Christopher giving you the vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you. And just before I speak, I just like to give Atika, Dr. Atika, just a minute to say a word or two.
Thank you. I want to apologize for coming late. I was a bit held up at my workplace, but fortunately, I was right on time when Madam Marity was giving a speech. I think that was a bit of this meeting. For those who don't know me, my name is Dr. Griffins Mbongi Atika. I am a medical doctor, currently pursuing my master's in element ophthalmology, that is in the research at the University of Nairobi. I am happy to see all of these faces. Some of you, we've been together, Clarence, Patrol, of course, Hillels, Joshua, we've met some places. So at these meetings, I think we should be doing it more often. I'd suggest annually. It is good because this is not only a platform for just remembering each other. It's a good networking platform. Some of us are doing businesses, some of us are entrepreneurs. So it's a good very important. So Mrs. Malete, the memories are so many. Like seeing you today, I felt like crying, but I'm just happy to see you. And your family members, thank you for supporting her. What you're doing is good. The diagnosis, as you said, I'm shocked I didn't even know, but I'm glad that you're coping with it well. Continue supporting her. We're also here to support you in case of anything. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Actually, you've done half the job for me. I want to keep it short because we have really spoken, and time is definitely not on our side. But I think everything that we said today had to be said, right?
We did not leave anyone with unspoken words, which is good. So, on behalf of the Ahs Class 2009, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to, first and foremost, our chief guest, Madam Marete, for your guidance and your support throughout our time in school. We are here because you actually asked us to be here, and we have endeavored to actually make this a success. So thank you for your foresight to actually see that we need to be meeting the next decade. So that's very, very good of you. And I hope that you will leave this place proud of what each of us has achieved as a class and the impact that you left on us. I would also like to profoundly thank your family for being here with us today, even the young ones who have shown tremendous patience listening to these speeches of these grown-ups for hours. Thank you so much for the entertainment that provided. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful arrangement. I would also like to thank everyone who has made it to this event, be it physically or virtually. We've had quite a number of guys, Juma, Irangu, Kome, Tom, all of them have made this event a success. And all of you, thank you so much for your monetary contributions that have made this a success. A lot of planning needed that money. So thank you for coming through, and especially even for the gifts to Madam. I'm sure she will make good use of it. I didn't know that she does Forex. I'm actually interested in that space, but now I think I have another mentor now for these things. So in the same way, I'd like to thank the service providers who have also helped make this a success. Thank you to the entire parking team, led by your event manager, Anthony, who have been communicating with from the beginning. So thank you so much. FH Photography, the guys at the back taking our photos. I hope you'll be able to send them in time. Yeah. Thank you so much for your patience as well. Esther for the decor, and Matic Printers for doing the wonderful posters and the programs that you see, and of course the things that do the props for the pictures. Blankets and fleece for the wonderful blanket for Madam. And finally, I would like to extend a warm thank you to the planning committee. Maybe just raise up your hands once again. Thank you so much, guys. Clap for them. I think they did a and I'd like to single out Gaddafi, because he was actually the one rallying the troops, organizing the calls, even when he was in Germany, and keeping us all, focused on the same goal. So thank you so much. Once again, thank you for coming, for making this a success. Let's not end here. Let's meet again. And as you go, journey masses, and thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Please now passing it straight away to Kenneth Coleman. If you can hear us, give us the benediction, and then we'll have the school prayer and school opening. So, Kenneth Coleman, benediction.
Can you hear me okay?
Coleman?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're speaking, right?
Yes, I am. You can hear me? then as we transition to say the school prayer together, I wanted to just say a quick word on the school prayer, just to remind us of its content. Many of us said it mindlessly, perhaps, as we were, and it's been a long time. So, but the two scriptures first. One is from Galatians 3, which is a very important passage on the whole idea of curse and blessing. I was asked to give an addiction, which has to do with blessing. Verse 13 and 14, it says, Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law by becoming a curse for us. For it is written, cursed is everyone who is hanged on a tree, so that in Christ Jesus the blessing of Abraham might come to the Gentiles, so that we might receive the promised Spirit through faith. And I just point to that thought there, those two contrasting things of curse, as was mentioned earlier, but because of our sin, the law speaks against us, and in that sense, we're under the curse of the law by nature. However, it says there that Jesus became a curse for us by hanging on a tree, according as it's written, whoever hangs on a tree is cursed. And then it has the reason for that in verse 14, so that in him, in Christ Jesus, we might receive the blessing of Abraham, communion with God, fellowship with God, the Holy Spirit. So I just wanted to point out that how the curse of the law is removed and how we receive blessing in Christ. And so our word of blessing then from Romans 15:13, favorite verse of mine, may the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you believe in him, so that by the power of the Holy Spirit you may abound or overflow with hope. And then just before we say the school prayer, just quickly run through some of the things haven't I keeping, O Lord our God, this school. We can say this class and our lives. There's an acknowledgement there that God is the one who keeps whatever other things have kept us, sustained us through all of these years, whatever laws of physics maintain and physical world and ourselves as we are, yet behind all of that and over all of that is the God who keeps. And so there's a prayer there that he would keep us, that we would see each other again. There's an acknowledgement that he's our Lord, that there's a personal appeal and prayer to God in a personal way with that personal pronoun. Haven't I keeping, O Lord our God, this school, that its work may be thorough and its life joyful. So there's an acknowledgement there, the goodness of work, as many of us can attest to, and also joy. We want to be both working and also rejoicing, and God alone can help us to do thorough work, to have true joy. That's been a precious truth to me, that true joy is found in the Lord. So haven't I keeping? What am I missing? That its work may be thorough, its life joyful, that from it they go out strong in body, mind, and character. It's been already mentioned, the importance of that. Thinking of the body, we see there that God cares about our bodies, and we pray and hope for Mrs. Marietta, that God will sustain her in health. Many of us probably past our prime physically, hair's fallen off and all, but there's an acknowledgement there and a prayer that God would keep us in health, it would be strong. And then character as well, from him based upon his own character and will and law. And then it ends so that we would serve our fellows faithfully, as we think back to, as we were talking about being prefects, and I was thinking, I didn't become a prefect in order to serve. I wanted the perks, the privileges, the whole package, but that's not how it should be. May the Lord help us to be those who serve others and him. And then the prayer ends with, through Jesus Christ, our Lord, as the one through whom our prayers can be heard, and the one who can forgive us for what we do wrong, and our work not being fair, and all of that, who can help us in having that strong character. So that's how the prayer closes. So let's say it then together, and we can say this class or this school. Or is Joshua Mwanga, are you going to lead us in the school prayer? That's all I have.
Very much, Kome. So we now have the school prayer and the school anthem, and I think I'll invite Onsarigo to lead us in both. And when Onsarigo finishes, I think Wale will just request. We didn't have time to start with the photos, so when you finish, please, before you leave, also with the family, you want to take the photos with the class members. Make sure don't leave before taking a photo with Wale. Yeah. So Onsarigo school prayer, school anthem. And then once we are done with that and the photos, please, gentlemen, we paid for this food. So I know some of you are going back home alone. So, we need to deal with this. It is always this is the opportunity. So school prayer, then school anthem. All right. Thank you for that. Let's rise up for the school prayer. Having thy keeping. School. It's like careful for me to go out strong in body, mind, and character, and in how to start the fellowship with Christ alone. Amen. Right? Now we go to the school anthem. How to go about it. Lord, what for all mankind we pray, for every life and cost, oh yes, for our native school, the school we love the most, the school we love the most, the school we love the most. Thank you. Thank you. So we will be seated, and for the other photographs, may I just request if Mwalimu perhaps would have a seat here, and then we'll do it according to tables, if I may suggest, for good order. So we'll have that table coming first. Thank you. So that table coming first, I think you can come and stand next to the photographer. I hope you're ready. And then meanwhile, Manyasi's table, no, can be getting ready. Photographer. What? I think we can do group, and then after we finish individual. I told Mali will be taking a lot of photos, so let's do groups. Then when we finish individual. Sorry. So just give the photographer a minute. He's setting. Yeah, but meanwhile you can take that with your phones as this is being set up. Meanwhile, please serve yourselves food. So meanwhile, Manyasi's table should be getting ready to come next. So we do the group, the tables, then we come back to the individuals. Yes. Okay, Manyasi's table is now your turn. And as Manyasi's table is getting set up, Joshua's table can be getting ready. Joshua's table can be getting ready.